Excellencies from the World Heritage Committee member states, representatives of the advisory bodies, international speakers of the conference from all different sectors, distinguished experts and guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Let me start the International Conference on Participatory Approaches to World Heritage 2024. I'm your moderator today, Hyung-kyung Lee. Firstly, let me thank all of the distinguished guests with us today, as well as all of our participants from home and abroad for being a part of today's conference. This two-day conference is jointly organized by ICOMOS, ICCROM, and the Critical Global Studies Institute at Sogang University, hosted and supported by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Community and community participation have been recognized as essential not only in UNESCO World Heritage, but also in the broader heritage sectors. Even while greater recognition is being given to the knowledge, skills, and capacity of communities, all too often it remains a challenge to provide genuinely meaningful ways for communities to participate in World Heritage process. This conference aims to provide a forum for discussions that explore concrete and practical ways to engage communities in the process of inscription, conservation, and management of World Heritage. This gathering brings together various domestic and international experts and scholars for this purpose. Through the presence of you all, the true essence of this conference is being magnified. Once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for your participation. Before we begin, let me remind you that today's forum provided simultaneous interpretation, Korean and English. For Korean, tune your device to channel 1. In addition, towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals, this conference features a paper-based program. Please scan your QR code on the back of your name tag to view the digital program. Now, let's begin the opening ceremony. First, we will have welcoming remarks followed by a group photograph of all participants. To start off, I would like to invite Hong Seok-in, Ambassador and Deputy Minister for Public Diplomacy in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. He will be delivering the welcoming remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Excellencies from the World Heritage Committee member states, distinguished experts and guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the International Conference on Participatory Approaches to World Heritage 2024. I would like to extend my special thanks to the project team members whose invaluable contribution made this conference possible, and the experts who traveled to Korea to share their insights and experiences regarding participatory approaches to World Heritage. Korea has actively pursued a human rights-based interpretation of World Heritage and strived to ensure the inclusion of voices of diverse stakeholders, hosting international conference on heritage interpretation since 2016. Korea also pledged to contribute to the harmonious coexistence of communities and World Heritage as a new member of World Heritage Committee. I believe these efforts will align the World Heritage Convention with universal values such as human rights and peace, as well as sustainable development. As part of this journey, Korea hosts this conference, which will examine various elements aimed at enriching the participatory approach. This approach is essential for integrating a sustainable development perspective into the World Heritage Convention. Since the adoption of the 5 Cs, with community as one of the strategic objectives, efforts to enhance the role of community have progressed continuously. Significant revisions to the operational guidelines have been made to adopt a human rights-based approach and find various areas where communities can take part in the World Heritage Framework. The recent reaffirmation of the importance of effectively and equitably involving local communities by the World Heritage Committee in the 45th session also underscore this commitment. Despite greater recognition of the role of communities in the World Heritage system, the lack of the detailed guideline for action remains a challenge. Efforts are needed to develop a structural framework based on analysis of relevant literature and practices. To address this challenge, this conference provides an opportunity to explore the current working mechanism of World Heritage Convention regarding stakeholder participation with the aim of drawing feasible recommendations for the future. Our discussions will encompass clarifying relevant terminologies, establishing framework for case study analysis, and refining the methodologies of participation in the World Heritage Convention. Above all, given that the evolution of World Heritage concept has been driving progress within the convention process, endeavors to engage communities throughout the entire process should prioritize incorporating their perspective in heritage interpretation. This involves capturing the full history spanning both the past and the present of the heritage site. Distinguished guests, in the 21st century, it is understood that World Heritage properties has meaning on multiple levels through multidisciplinary approaches that can be developed globally. In this regard, strengthening relationship between World Heritage and local communities require enthusiastic exchange of ideas across fields. It is our hope that the vibrant discussions at today's meeting can foster a more inclusive and sustainable approaches to preserving our shared heritage for future generations. With that in mind, I count on each of you to actively participate in the discussions and deliberations ahead. Your insights, experiences, and perspectives are invaluable in translating the participatory approach into action. Let us continue advancing through our collective efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Hong, for your insightful remarks. Your inspiring words are deeply appreciated. And next, Nazar Alondo Asomo, Director of the UNESCO World Heritage Center, will give us his remarks. He cannot be with us today in person, but has sent us his meaningful words. Please direct your attention to the screen. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Your Excellency, the Deputy Minister for Public Diplomacy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, distinguished guests and participants, I am pleased to send you this video message from UNESCO headquarters in Paris as the International Conference on Participatory Approaches to World Heritage 2024 opens today in Seoul. I wish to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the government of the Republic of Korea especially to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the organizers, ICOMOS and ICOMOS, and also Sogan University, for inviting me to this important meeting. While I regret not being able to join you in person, I'm delighted to see that many dear friends and colleagues are with you in Seoul and will lead you through your discussions. As the UNESCO Director of World Heritage, I'm continually inspired by the commitment of individuals such as yourself and your respective organizations. You are all dedicated to safeguarding our heritage, the shared heritage of humanity, and its transmission to future generations. Through your work, you ensure that the significance of each World Heritage Site is determined using people-centered approaches in close cooperation with the communities that know it best and shared clearly with visitors. You strive to ensure that communities are involved not only in nomination processes, but also in the day-to-day management of heritage. As you know, the World Heritage Convention has evolved significantly over the past 5 decades. Over time, it has increasingly highlighted the role of communities in safeguarding cultural and natural treasures and the importance of ensuring their active participation in preserving their heritage. Participatory approaches have emerged as the key drivers in this evolution, empowering stakeholders to contribute actively to heritage conservation and management. Evidence suggests that such involvement benefits communities by fostering their well-being, reinforcing their sense of ownership and responsibility, and strengthening our collective efforts toward achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. However, meaningful participation remains a challenge despite the growing recognition of the knowledge and expertise held within communities, and particularly among indigenous peoples. More guidance and better frameworks are needed to fully harness the potential of community involvement in World Heritage processes. I therefore remind you of the importance to support indigenous communities who are custodians to many of the sites. This conference presents a pivotal opportunity to address these challenges. We can create more inclusive and effective participation strategies by fostering dialogue, sharing best practices, and developing innovative solutions, and also encouraging consideration of rights holders. As we embark on this critical journey together, I would like to urge you to seize this opportunity to exchange ideas, forge partnerships, and pave the way towards a more sustainable and inclusive future of our shared heritage. Thank you for your dedication and contribution to this vital cause. I look forward to hearing about the outcomes of this event and seeing how it can benefit the World Heritage community worldwide. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Director Asomo, for your heartfelt messages. And before we finally start our journey today, let's take a short moment to take a photograph together. Ambassador Hong Seok-in and Excellencies from the World Heritage Committee member states and diplomats from the Republic of Korea, international speakers of the conference, And please kindly join us on the stage without name tag. This brings the opening ceremony of the International Conference on Participatory Approaches to the World Heritage 2024 to an end. We will now move on to the main event, beginning with Session A and panel discussion. Session A, Participatory Approaches in World Heritage, is starting now. Let me invite Eugene Jo, World Heritage Leadership Program Manager of ICOMOS, to chair Session A. Please welcome her to the stage with a warm round of applause. Eugene, the floor is yours.
So good morning, everybody. As was announced, I'm Eugene Jo. 안녕하세요. 저는 이크롬에서 온 조유진이라고 합니다. And I will be your moderator for the first session of this conference. And I am the program manager of the World Heritage Leadership Program that is jointly delivered between ICOMOS and IUCN, which is a capacity building program aiming to improve management practices within the World Heritage Convention by interlinking culture and nature while taking people-centered approaches. And the program has been focusing mainly on improving practices on effective management, on building resilience and conducting impact assessments to better equip and build capacities of sites that can face the challenges of climate change, disasters, governance arrangements, and also development. In all aspects of the program, participatory approaches and governance matters are cross-cutting, which is why our program has been invested in pushing forward with this work on participatory approaches. The preparation of this conference started between the small coordination group that we've had working together for almost over a year now. And it has been very informative because we have been able to sort of make a full round check of how the World Heritage Convention works. And in trying to diagnose where and how have we been practicing and implementing participatory approaches within the working processes of the convention, both in areas of nomination and management. As we conducted our preliminary research of how things were in the convention, it was quite clear that we did make some changes, and there have been some notable changes in the recent past. Especially in terms of recognizing the need and importance of communities and participatory approaches. We actually fall quite short in establishing clear processes and ensuring the how of making sure that sustainable and meaningful participation can happen. So the goal of this conference is to provide a meaningful space to gauge what is working and what is not, and take it as an opportunity to learn how other sectors and other industries are taking on board as practices for this, and learning from the different methods of participation so that we can improve how the convention works in the future, and possibly by shortening the pathway to get there by eliminating possibilities of mistakes and learning from other sectors. So noting that in this room, we have people who live and breathe the convention on a daily basis, but we also have people who may not be exposed to the World Heritage Convention on a daily basis. We would like to organize this first session as more as a setting the scene function. So we will go through details of how the World Heritage System works at the current moment, mainly focusing on how it works with regards to participatory approaches in the different methodological processes. So without further ado, I would like to just call on our first presenters, where our first presentation will be given by ICOMOS as an overview on participatory approaches in the World Heritage System. And the presentation by ICOMOS will be given as a dual presentation with both Ms. Gwenelle Bourdin and Ms. Laura Robinson presenting together. And I would just like to give a short introduction to our speakers. Gwenelle is the director of the World Heritage Evaluation Unit at ICOMOS International Secretariat. She is currently responsible for the coordination of ICOMOS's work on tentative lists, upstream processes, nominations of cultural and mixed properties to the World Heritage List, and she has contributed to the manual of preparing World Heritage nomination and guidance on developing and revising World Heritage tentative lists. She is also the focal point for the World Heritage Leadership Program within ICOMOS and collaborates with us on many different productions of resource manuals that contribute to the operation of the convention. And she's currently very much involved with the operationalization and the construction of the preliminary assessment process to improve the quality of nominations and evaluation processes. Laura Robinson currently serves as the focal point for the ICOMOS Our Common Dignity Rights-Based Approaches Working Group and is a member of the joint task team preparing the conference and deliberating on this Participatory Approaches program. She is an architect and long-standing member of ICOMOS South Africa. She has been past Treasurer General of ICOMOS and served on the ICOMOS board for over 9 years and has extensive experience on both nominations, but also state of conservation issues within World Heritage. So without further ado, I would like to ask both to come to the stage and give the first presentation about participatory approach, the overview of the World Heritage System. Thank you.
I'm very pleased to be there in Korea. Thank you very much. I'm grateful to be invited on behalf and grateful on behalf of ICOMOS and my colleagues to be for the first time in Korea. So I wanted to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as well as Songong University for the great collaboration we had throughout the last year as regards the implementation of this activity, which is important for ICOMOS. Thank you. Okay, so I will start this presentation. Okay, so this presentation will be shared with my colleague Laura Robinson, and this will be introduction as well as to the World Heritage System, but to how local communities, participation of local communities have been time by time integrated into the day-to-day work of this World Heritage System. So there will be a broad presentation as regards historical background on how local communities have been integrated and taken into consideration into this system, as well as there will be a short presentation on the way ICOMOS is doing through its evaluation process to check to which extent these local communities have been involved, above all in nomination dossier. And there will be a final presentation as regards an activity that was led by our working group, that is a right-based approach working group, on how to take on board and work more towards rights, human-based approach processes. So I will start with general considerations on the World Heritage Convention. And I'm sure you are all aware that it was adopted in 1972, and it is one of the most ratified and known international tools for protection of heritage. This is an important international tool as well, because this is the first one that recognizes and gives equal importance to natural and cultural heritage. This is important, this convention. It recognized outstanding universal value. So it means that there is an international interest to protect some sites. And there is existence of the list, World Heritage List. It means that the 1972 convention is a site-based convention, to the difference of the intangible convention, for example. So this convention, this is a tool for international cooperation. And it's not just about the World Heritage List. It's true that the World Heritage List attracts a lot of attention, but what matters a lot and more is when a property is inscribed on a list, so after the inscription on the list. It draws attention on the role of heritage for the well-being of humankind, and it aims at fostering peace and dialogue through joint effort to preserve heritage. It's not only the responsibility of UNESCO, but it's the responsibility of all humankind. This is an important tool, the operational guidelines. This is the tool that is used to provide guidance, principles, rules as regards how all heritage actors need to work within this convention. So the World Heritage Convention is a text that is ratified, and the operational guidelines are how do we handle and work within this framework. So this is very important to understand these guidelines. It's important as well to understand the way they have changed. And we are going to go through these changes that were mentioned as regards how local communities were little by little taken into consideration through the operational guidelines. So when changing these operational guidelines are changed by committee members, by World Heritage Committee, and this has an influence on the way we work, all of us, all the actors of the convention. I wanted to do a little focus on outstanding universal value, because outstanding universal value is the central concept of the World Heritage System. So you have to understand what is the outstanding universal value in order to understand what is the reason why we protect these sites. So the World Heritage outstanding universal value, this was not defined as such from the beginning in the convention, in the text of the convention. It was defined in 2005, so quite late in the operational guidelines. And the definition of outstanding universal value, it is there below on the slide. It's cultural and or natural significance, which is so exceptional as to transcend national boundaries. So it means to recognize sites that have values that transcend national values, and to be of common importance for present and future generation of all humanity. So there is a focus on the fact that you protect heritage for the humanity as a whole. OUV, this is a threshold that allows inscription of properties on the World Heritage list, and this is a key reference for protection and management of sites when they are inscribed on the list. So I'm sure that you are familiar with this picture, but these are the 3 pillars of OUV. It means that for a property to be inscribed on the World Heritage list, you need to justify all 3 pillars. It means that you have to justify cultural and or natural criteria. One is enough. It means that you have to justify and demonstrate as well the conditions of integrity and authenticity. And it means that in terms of management and protection of the site, there should be efficient and at the highest level possible in order that OUV is demonstrated. If there is one of these pillars that is not justified, OUV cannot be demonstrated. And when ICOMOS and IUCN with taking care of the evaluation of natural properties and mixed sites, when we are doing evaluation of nomination dossiers, we are checking whether these 3 pillars are demonstrated and justified. So I will move into the historical background related to how local communities were considered and integrated little by little into the operational guidelines and into the World Heritage System. So since the 90s, the World Heritage Committee has been encouraging greater community involvement in the identification and management of heritage properties. So this was done through discussions that were called global strategy. These were discussions in the 90s in order to discuss about the imbalance of the World Heritage List and how to address this imbalance in terms of typologies of sites, imbalance in terms of geographical representation of the World Heritage List. There was an important change that was made by the committee when the committee adopted in 2007 what is called the fifth C, community. This is the fifth objective that the committee adopted in order to enhance the role of communities in the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. And in the World Heritage context, local community refers to the group of people who live in or near to a World Heritage property. It doesn't necessarily mean that there are legal implications behind this. And it could be as well some connection of local communities that might have been disconnected from the site at a certain point in time. So it doesn't mean that all local communities live near these properties. So the approaches to communities and their relationship to World Heritage have evolved over the 50 last years of the life of the convention. And in general principle, it was to ensure a more people-centered approaches to heritage. And this have been done through the amendments of the operational guidelines and at different stage in the nomination process. It means at the level of tentative list, in the participation of nomination process, as well as regards involvement in management activities. General principles as it stands currently, communities need to be involved right at the beginning of World Heritage processes, so the earlier possible, even before a property is put on the tentative list of a state party. There is a need to have this consultation of local communities as regards their consent and their participation to what might become a World Heritage property. It is expected as well to include the full, effective, and gender-balanced participation. So these are the words taken from the operational guidelines of a wide variety of stakeholders and right holders, including site managers, local and regional governments, local communities, indigenous peoples, NGOs, and other interested parties and partners. So this is the general principle in terms of how this participation of local communities need to be implemented in a way as regards the management of a site. It needs to be approached from a right-based perspective, and the communities are recognized as being important in this context, important in a sense the roles they can play, important in a sense as being sources of information as well, as having a particular understanding of the property and as having a particular role in the management of some properties. I'm going through quickly major changes that were made to the operational guidelines. You might see that you will see it's quite recent and not recent, but 2005, it was a major change in the operational guidelines. It was a time when natural and cultural criteria were merged together. It was a time when integrity was applied to cultural sites. It was a big restructuration of the operational guidelines that happened in 2005. It was the opportunity as well to include the role of communities in the World Heritage system. So I have put here, this is on the right, this is an extract from the operational guidelines when local communities were introduced into the operational guidelines. And they were introduced as partners in the protection, conservation of heritage. In 2015, this is another big change in the operational guidelines because this is a recognition of the role of indigenous people in the operational guidelines and the fact that if there is a nomination that is related to some land that are owned by indigenous people, there is a need for their free, prior, and informed consent to be given before a nomination can proceed. So it was as well an important change, but you might notice that in the extract of this paragraph, that states parties are encouraged to prepare nominations with the widest possible participation of stakeholders and to demonstrate as appropriate that the free, prior, and informed consent of indigenous people has been obtained through. So there was quite a lot of discussion in 2015 in order, when this was introduced, as whether it should be mandatory or not. The common ground that was accepted by committee members was this kind of formulation, and you see that CIS parties are encouraged to provide such information. Okay, 2019, in terms of changes, what was introduced is a reference to right holders, which was not the case before, and right holders is particularly sensitive with indigenous people. And it was as well the inclusion of human rights-based approach. So the mention to human rights-based approach was introduced in the operational guidelines. The latest reform as regards recognition in a way or another of the role of local communities in the World Heritage System was 2021, with the nomination reform and the introduction of preliminary assessment. And you can see that with this change, states parties are not requested to provide information in the preliminary assessment form as well as in the nomination dossier format. States parties are requested to provide information on whether, how, to which extent local communities have been consulted and how they are involved in management of the properties. It might seem to be a little change, but it's not a little change because this is in a way a requirement that states parties should provide information on how, whether local communities, indigenous people, when we are talking about indigenous people territories, have been consulted and involved in nomination process. So this is important, we hope, important shift that will allow some changes in relation to this. Brief considerations, and this was introduced a little bit already by Mr. Ambassador and by Eugene as well. So you can see that consideration given to involvement of local communities through changes of the operational guidelines have been done in not a systematic manner. It means that time by time, there was some focus that was given to specific issues. But if you go through the operational guidelines from the beginning to the end, you might notice some, maybe not inconsistency, but at least some incoherence or lack of clarity in how some issues are presented, or in terms of these general principles and the way they are presented. So it means, for example, in terms of definition, what is what? What is stakeholders? What is local communities? What a difference between stakeholders, rights holders, etc., etc. So you can see that this might not be so clear and systematic in the way it is addressed in the operational guidelines. And as well as what we can notice is that, this is good principles that were introduced into this system, but how these principles then are operationalized, how these principles in terms of practical ways to implement these principles are taken on board, this is where there is a lack of clarity, which might not be needed in the operational guidelines themselves, but there might need of practical guidance to be provided to all the key actors of the system in order to follow these general principles. Maybe it's too much time. I wanted to, yes, I don't know where I am with the time, in fact. But
in front one. 2 minutes over.
Okay, so in 1 minute, I will take you through the ICOMOS evaluation process. So we jump, it's a kind of focus, and we jump into the way ICOMOS is handling the evaluation of nomination dossiers and how we are checking the involvement of local communities in the preparation of a nomination, in the management of the site. So I will do this in a very quick way. So just when we are assessing a nomination, what ICOMOS will check, so we will check whether and how local communities, indigenous peoples, have been informed in the nomination process, and whether indigenous peoples have provided their free, prior, informed consent, whether and how local communities, indigenous peoples are involved in the management of the property, and whether and how indigenous people values of outstanding universal value or not are considered by the management of the property. This is a diagram that shows the evaluation process. So it starts in March at the bottom of the slide, and it ends 1.5 years the year after, in July, with the committee meetings. You can see the interactions. In yellow are states parties, in green ICOMOS, what we are doing. So this is a process that includes evaluation mission, that includes desk review, so it means international consultation of experts, as well as interaction with states parties through request of additional information, as well as a consultation of our national committees. And we check throughout these different activities, let's say, all the questions that I've expressed just before in terms of whether, how local communities are involved. This is just a picture, and this is to show the role of the technical evaluation mission. So it's iceberg because it's like the iceberg, you don't see the whole evaluation process in itself, and the mission is the more visible part of this process, is a more visible part for states parties who are welcoming only the mission expert from ICOMOS, but the evaluation process is not only the mission expert. In relation to involvement of local communities and indigenous peoples, the role of the mission expert is crucial because this is the only eyes, if I may say, that is going in the field and that will discuss with the authorities, with the relevant stakeholders, etc., etc. So the role of the mission expert is very important into this process. And there is another aspect of the evaluation process that is what we call a desk review process. So this desk review process, it means consultation of international experts. It's around 10 to 15 reports that we receive on each nomination. And this is coming from very different, various sources of information from our network, but beyond our network as well. And this is a way to check either a potential outstanding universal value, either specific issues related to cultural tourism, for example, or legal aspects, or recently, and this is what my colleague is going to present you, how local communities have been involved into the nomination itself. So I will stop here and I give you.
Thank you very much, Gwen, for that very useful introduction. My thanks very much to our esteemed hosts in Korea. It's a pleasure to be here. I see we are running a little over time. I've just got a few slides that I'd like to present on the work that the Our Common Dignity Rights-Based Approaches Working Group does in terms of supporting the involvement of stakeholders, rights holders, and communities of all types and kinds in assessing the World Heritage nominations, but also we obviously work outside of the World Heritage system as well. I shall put my glasses on so that I can see. So we started this initiative together with the other advisory bodies, that is IUCN and ICCROM in 2011. And the general aim at that stage was in line with the way that the convention and the guidelines were moving, was to raise awareness of the need to integrate human rights issues into World Heritage processes and to work towards and promote rights-based approaches in World Heritage management. We were formed specifically as a working group, and ICOMOS has a number of working groups. We have a Sustainable Development Working Group, SDG Working Group, we have a Climate Action Working Group, and Emerging Professionals Working Group. The one that I'm the focal point of, it relates obviously to this topic of human rights. And most importantly, I think it's necessary to mention that there is a new working group that is being formed that deals specifically with Indigenous heritage and Indigenous people's rights. We believe as the rights-based approaches that we should stick to the framework of human rights, and Indigenous heritage and Indigenous people's involvement needs to be run and managed by Indigenous peoples themselves. So it's very nice to have Chrissy Grant here, who's going to share some thoughts on that. I just wanted to set that framework firmly in place so that we understand where we are. So we are looking at exploring rights issues in World Heritage and heritage management in general, and we're also developing and recommending relevant tools and guidelines for application in World Heritage processes. I don't think I'll spend too much time on this. Gwen has already introduced the various reforms in the operational guidelines. Just to note also that local communities and Indigenous peoples' involvement has been acknowledged in the preliminary assessment request and the revised nomination dossier format. And if we look at those formats, the new sections are specifically clear and available to states parties, who are now asked formally to submit information on whether and how local communities and Indigenous peoples have been consulted during the process and are involved in the management of the property. And the management issues are extremely important. We'll also be looking in the future to assess states of conservation of inscribed properties in terms of rights-based approaches. So we started a pilot study together with the ICOMOS World Heritage Evaluation Unit to assess incoming nominations as to how they have included or not included rights-based approaches within those nominations. To do this, a questionnaire was developed addressing specific parts of the nomination dossier and the nomination file to ensure standardization. It was developed in consultation with Gwen's unit and members of the rights-based approach working group. And we structured it around the headings that are, of course, relevant to the nomination dossier process. That's the identification of communities, the identification of Indigenous peoples, rights holders, and owners within the nominated site. And within that, as an aside, we have actually developed a glossary of terms because there is some confusion, general confusion, I think we all have it, about exactly how one defines these various players within the human rights playing field, as it were. So we also wanted to assess participation in the nomination process. Were these stakeholders involved right from the beginning, or were they informed later, which has often been the case? Is there consent and approval by such communities to the nomination? How is the site managed? Is it managed inclusively by not only the authorities, but also by the people that are affected, either living on the site or affected in terms of the nomination? The heritage and rights of communities and Indigenous peoples issues in the dossier, are they clearly articulated? Some general comments made by the desk reviewers, which often pick up some of the underlying issues that may be relevant in the dossier, and summary of risks and problems, and then a conclusion and need for additional information. We have some examples of recommendations that ICOMOS formulated in the evaluations. We've actually done 2 cycles of evaluation, but this presentation is really based on the findings of the first one, because the second one has only just been concluded. So we're looking at recommendations that we've formulated that can enhance the improvement of involvement of local communities in management and conservation of the properties. And as set out, it's important to create relevant management structures taking into consideration different rights holders and stakeholders. So it's not just the management by the authority. Or if the authority is formed, it must, we are recommending, include community members and other rights holders. Implementing as a high priority co-designed strategies for community engagement, which are inclusive, transparent, that's very important, we found, ongoing and well-resourced. Exploring possibility and relevance of including additional interest groups and stakeholders in the property management process. And our experience is also that as we work more closely in this field, there are more role players that are identified as we proceed. Presenting a clear socio-economic development strategy to ensure that tourism does not erode the current socio-economic fabric of the nominated property and further benefits the local community. There are examples where tourism opportunities or tourism possibilities have actually played out contrary to local stakeholders and community groups. We want to ensure that by helping in this field, that this can be balanced in a more sustainable way to the benefit of those people that live on the site or are affected by the site. And especially the sustainability of the property by engaging youth in the intergenerational transmission of traditional culture. I think we all realize that the young people are the future of our heritage, our world heritage. They will transmit those values forward, and they play an increasingly important part in what we do. So, and I'm nearly finished. I see we are a little bit over time. There's a very terrifying large time screen there. So just to conclude, we have, we believe, assisted in screening, in upstreaming the evaluation process in the way that local communities and Indigenous peoples have been involved by the relevant authorities in the preparation of nominations, as well as the management of nominated properties, and to refine some of the recommendations that were formulated by ICOMOS to the states parties when delivering the evaluation reports. And just before I close, it's encouraging to see we've just informally within the group started an assessment process of our desk reviews and the recommendations we then passed on to the ICOMOS World Heritage Panel, who then in turn makes recommendations to the World Heritage Committee. It's very encouraging to see that a great number of those recommendations have gone through the process and have actually been included in the decisions by the World Heritage Committee. And on that note, thank you very much.
Thank you very much to both Gonal and Laura. Yes, you were slightly over time, but because it was the scene-setting presentation and we needed that background to make sure that we were starting off on a good basis, I have wielded my discretion as the chair of the session and just sat by for the moment. But I will ask for the next speakers to be mindful of the screen in front, which actually does have that terrifying timer and is there to help you moderate your delivery. I would now like to ask the next speaker to come to the stage. The second presentation is coordinated by ICCROM, and because I myself is moderating this session, it will be delivered by Ms. Sarah Quartz. Sarah is the World Heritage Leadership Lead Consultant for Participatory Approaches and is an archaeologist and a heritage practitioner. And as an independent consultant, she both directly supports site management teams as well as contributing to World Heritage statutory work, capacity building activities, and research at the international level. She is very much part and parcel of the delivery team for the ICCROM and IUCN World Heritage Leadership Program. And in particular, she has been leading all of our work in aspects of participatory approaches, but also impact assessments. And this builds on our previous involvement in research and capacity building for ICCROM's People-Centered Approaches program, including co-authoring a guidance note on this subject. So on that note, I would hand over the floor to Sarah. You have 15 minutes. Thank you very much. And could we have the presentation on screen, please?
Yes, I see the time. 안녕하세요, which is my poor attempt to thank you here in Korea for inviting us to this conference, because I think this is a very timely topic that's not getting enough attention. And I start my presentation today by noting that we're gathered here today probably for two reasons. One, that everyone here has a passion for World Heritage or a passion for their own World Heritage property. These places are the most special places in the world, and when we're in them, we remember that. But the second reason is, I think we all acknowledge we could be doing better. And it's in that spirit that we have put together this presentation, and it's going to be a critical reflection on World Heritage. Thanks to the colleagues at ICOMOS who've provided the kind of scene setting, we at ICCROM have had the advantage of being able to put together some slides which are meant to be a provocation. So a critical reflection, I'm using the term critical to be exactly that kind of self-assessment moment, not critical in a negative sense, but in a how can we do better? And we need to analyze the current situation in order to make improvements. So we took a step back, and I think it's fair to notice that, you know, this is the World Heritage Convention is a UNESCO convention, and that big dream of the United Nations that we were going to create a better world, and we were going to create peace and understanding among peoples. And one of the first of the big UN movements was the one around human rights, and it specifically mentions culture. I recognize this is a very culture-heavy presentation, so I'm glad that colleagues at IUCN will balance this back up again in a while. But it is something that has always been really important to us internationally, to make sure that people are allowed to participate in culture and that it's not just the reserve of the elite. I'm taller than some of my colleagues. And it's that kind of big scene setting that has driven a lot of our heritage thinking. So there has long been a recognition that we need to increase equity and equality in heritage. We are now talking in terms of things like social inclusion and well-being and lots of more modern terminology, but it's been a long desire of the heritage sector for there to be community participation. But I think the second point we put here is becoming ever more relevant, that we are facing quite a serious crisis in heritage and in World Heritage in particular. And just there is an increasing recognition that without participation, we're not going very far. So coming more specifically to the World Heritage Convention, it is very much part of this global movement. It does include reference in the convention to making sure that heritage is there in the life of the community. Although I think we need to recognize as well, it's not been a perfect journey. For those of you who don't know the history of how the convention was born, there was the situation with the Aswan Dam going to destroy some very important bits of archaeology. And that desire to save heritage, because it was so significant and so important that we, as a global community, wanted to protect it. Unfortunately, in that passion for saving the heritage, there was not the same attention given to the communities who were also displaced by the very same project. So we have not had a balanced focus, and it seems to be a big problem we continue to face today, that we're putting things before people. So our presentation is really starting from that premise that we are failing in many ways. And as I say, I don't want this to be a negative, critical presentation, but I think we need to address some of these issues straight on. And we're not here at this conference just to share fun PowerPoints. As you can see, it's not very fun, but to have big discussions and get better. And it is becoming urgent. I think those people who are working in the World Heritage System are sensing the pressure that we're under, and something has to change. And we would like to suggest that increased participation is one of the things that might help us move forward. So I've got a series of what look like very dull slides, for which we apologize, but they're going to provoke you all to think better and to provide the right answers, and that's not dull. So we're not going to apologize for this. We've put, the next few slides are us identifying challenges which you may agree with, disagree with, and then some questions to pose ourselves as a heritage community. We currently see that there is a big challenge with participation because the convention is a convention. It's at state party level. Those, it's our politicians who sign up to it and in theory then make sure it's implemented. What can local communities do in that framework? Particularly because heritage is, I think we need to recognize, because we're part of it, it's elitist. There are a whole bunch of experts who I don't want to be part of, but we are. We're there saying we know a lot of things and we're going to make decisions about it. How can we open the doors to more community participation and recognizing the knowledge they hold, the skills they have, the resources, the capacities? What can we do with a very top-down model? So here's a few questions I hope you've got the answers to. So how do we include community perspective if we're talking about universal value? And I genuinely believe there is something important about World Heritage because we do share it. And I think it's very important in an increasingly divisive world that we still share things internationally, but at the same time, where does a local perspective fit with that? Can we identify those problems and power imbalances and barriers? And then what can we do with them? Can the World Heritage Convention be something that has a degree of power that can help us overcome some of those problems? Yes, and can we move beyond? We're getting much better at nominations, being more inclusive, but what about the day-to-day management at the 1,000 sites that are on the list, and how do they take that forward? We've got problems with our institutions. A lot of our institutions reflect a certain way of thinking. They were often all set up with the expert in mind who was going to carry out their job as they wanted to. I find that we don't notice it anymore. Those of us who've been brought up in those systems with a certain education system and then we go to work in certain institutions, we don't even notice anymore what the problem is. I came from a project last week where people in tears in a community were telling me how oppressive those systems were. And the heritage people just looked surprised because they didn't know it was that bad. And we don't even notice some of the problems. So how can we set things up differently? I mean, we don't have the answers. That's, as I say, this is a joint effort. And we're finding that because participation is a word we're using a lot of state parties are putting emphasis on events and other things, which in some cases are entirely appropriate and the only thing we can do, so let's do them. but can we go beyond just an events programme, please? Do we need to restructure the way we're working so that we can make space for others? Can we share resources with them? And in our practice, particularly at ICCROM, we spend a lot of time with site managers, and they're really struggling on the ground with how to deal with this. There's something here about we're building relationships more than just going through working processes, and how can we make sure that's sustained over time? There's concern amongst people who spent their whole life dedicated to heritage that they're going to be replaced by people who don't know quite what they're doing with conservation. I think that's personally a false fear, but we need to be able to address it. And let's see what questions we had. We're all saying at World Heritage and in many other heritage locations that we want communities to benefit from heritage, but we're still scared of letting them lead those projects that are for their benefit, which is very schizophrenic of us, if I may say. We want to, we've said some of this already, but we want to recognise that communities come with knowledge and resources, and we can benefit from that ourselves. It might be useful to learn from a lot of the experiences around asset-based community development, which looks at what communities bring, not the problems they have, and stop looking as if we're giving all the benefits to them. We might benefit greatly from them for the benefit of the heritage and for our own profession. And I think the big number one question is, what about resources? Because even with goodwill, we don't have the resources. And I think the number one thing in the heritage sector is no one has time. And the one thing communities need, human relationships need, is time. And we don't have it. And if you add the fact that none of us have any budgets either, we're in a difficult position. So can we find new ways of funding? Can we also share that funding outside our institution with other groups who shouldn't just be volunteers doing our jobs for us? That's another big issue we need to discuss. So I think, oh no, there's more questions. Apologies, this must be the last. Yeah, I think we can go now. Stop asking you questions. Having said lots of questions as if we know nothing, there are some things that we are doing and we're getting better at. This slide was simply meant to remind us that, for example, at ICCROM, where I can speak more freely, we've tried to be a bit more systematic about looking where people already contribute to heritage in many different areas. By analysing our management systems, we're getting better at seeing where people do contribute, where they could contribute more, and making sure we're more systematic in recognising that and supporting it. We've got toolkits emerging which we're getting much better about asking site managers and national systems to be much more systematic about looking at these issues from, what does a manager do? Who is the manager? Who are they working with? How are they actually making sure rights-based approaches are implemented on the ground? So we're making progress. But you'll notice EOH, for those of you who know this toolkit, is a self-assessment process. So it's all based on the good intentions of a site manager in many cases. But we are pushing things into other areas like impact assessment. You'll see here we've based ourselves very much on the spectrum of participation for people who know that work, and just understanding that there are many different ways of working, and we need to be better at helping people, particularly site managers, understand the range of options according to their communities and according to the task in hand, how they might work better with them. So 2 final thoughts. Those of you who know me know that I often think that cake is a big solution to many of our problems. And there's a cake-based saying in English, which is, you can't have your cake and eat it. Yeah, there's many of these proverbs in many different languages. The assumption being that you can't have 2 things at the same time. I don't like this at all, and I think we should get better at having our cake and eating it. We're often told we cannot have conservation and use of heritage. We can't manage well and have the participation of people. All of these issues I have a problem with. We're at World Heritage. We should be doing our best globally to set standards high. I want both. I think we all want both. I want local and global. I want OUV and other values. And I think we need to be really cautious when people say we have to make a choice between the two, because it's not acceptable. Very personal opinion. I'm looking at my co-presenter to see if she agrees. So we do need to find better ways of working with existing World Heritage. We need to get better for the 1,000 very special places that deserve our best care and our best attention, and for those communities who have been there before we set up a convention, who are already caring for these places, or they wouldn't be here today. And I put this final quote on the slide. This was actually somebody talking about a similar process that's going on within the museum sector, and commenting on that, she said, large and entrenched institutions, for example, World Heritage, are like ocean liners, and turning the ocean liner even slowly is a ponderous and an uncomfortable affair. And I think these conventions and UNESCO is like an ocean liner, and it does take a really long time to change things. We saw the fact that Gwen was highlighting changes in 2005 that we're still struggling to do on the ground. But it's worth it, and it will be uncomfortable, but it's really, really worth trying to do this work, because the people deserve it and our heritage deserves it. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And I would just like to confirm that, yes, I do agree with all the points that you've raised as the co-presenter. I do also think that while a lot of changes have been going on in the nomination scene, preparing for new nominations to be developed in more participatory ways, we are also in that position where we also need to think about all the 1,000 sites that are already inscribed that have not been open to these processes. And there are lots of different efforts that need to be made in terms of remedying through management systems, plans, and processes that can be sustainably sustained all the way throughout in the future. So thank you for that. We have the third presentation ready for the first session, and this third one is on Indigenous peoples' rights and responsibilities, and it will be delivered by Ms. Chrissy Grant. And I would like to take the moment to introduce Chrissy to the audience while we set her up on stage. So Ms. Chrissy Grant is an elder descended from her Eastern Kuku-Yalanji mother and her Mualagal father from the Torres Straits. She's been working for Indigenous heritage in both public and private sectors, both in government and through numerous committees and consultancy projects in Australia. In May 2020, Chrissy was appointed as director on the Wet Tropics Management Authorities Board and later promoted to chair of the board in September 2021. She is the inaugural chair of the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage, working as a conduit for Indigenous peoples to take their concerns to the advisory bodies and to the UNESCO World Heritage meetings and forums. She's also been working with the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity since 2012, and she continues to work also with the UN Convention on Biological Diversity. I'm also happy to note that she's an avid user of the box, as I was, standing in front of the podium. Chrissy has been instrumental in promoting the rights-based approaches and promoting lots of different ways of thinking about our working processes within the World Heritage Convention. And by working for Indigenous peoples has been instrumental in also forging the way for local communities also who are not necessarily identifying as Indigenous peoples, but also as a sort of part and parcel of the entire process have been also benefiting from these different lines of work. So with that, I would like to hand over the floor to Christy to talk about Indigenous peoples' rights and responsibilities. You can see the timer on the main screen here, and we will commence.
Thank you very much. And thank you to Eugene, who first invited me to this conference, I think late last year or mid last year. So I'm really pleased to be here, and I thank the Korean government as well. I also, from our tradition of acknowledging other Indigenous peoples in the room, and particularly a fellow Australian, Amy Stevens, who is living on the other side of the country to me in Western Australia, and she's been driving the nomination for the Murujuga Cultural Landscape. I think she'll talk tomorrow. But also paying my respects to her elders, past and present, and other people here. So first of all, I want to set the scene with the world's Indigenous peoples. There's, something like 473 million Indigenous peoples across the world. And, so of those numbers, the Indigenous peoples probably make up about 6% of the world's population. I always refer to global, but then I come down to sort of my regional or national, which is in Australia, and that is 3% of our total population in Australia, which isn't much. For a long time, we sat at 2%. But it sort of helps me and trying to give you a picture of just sort of the numbers that there are. Of that 3% in Australia, for instance, we have more than 50% of the protected areas under Indigenous management and control. So the populations are here, all my statistics. I should have just pressed the button. So there's 50 to 65% of Indigenous peoples and other local communities. And they hold an estimated 20% of the Earth's land mass, 1/2 to 1/3 of the world's collectively held lands. As I said, we've gone up from 3% to 3.8% since our last census in 2020. So who are Indigenous peoples? We possess inherent rights that we can't sell and we can't give away, our responsibilities. Our heritage is our physical and intangible cultural heritage that gives us our identity. So we tend not to split physical and intangible heritage. It's all our heritage, and it provides us with our identity. We're the holders of unique languages and knowledge systems and beliefs, and we are the possessors of invaluable knowledge for practice of sustainable management of natural resources and special relationships and connections to and the use of our traditional lands and waters. So that's on a global level, and you could, sort of understand and make connections of an Indigenous group of people on one side of the world and a very similar belief and systems is on the other side of the world as well. This is just to give you a view of Indigenous peoples globally. As Eugene said, I'm also the chair of the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage. And we have some core principles that we've set, that Indigenous peoples must represent themselves and speak for themselves. And until 2019 at the World Heritage level, committee level, Indigenous peoples were being spoken for by other NGOs. And sometimes they still try to continue to do that. But I'm trying to make an impression on everybody that Indigenous peoples now have a body that they can voice their concerns and issues to the World Heritage Committee, and that is through the what we call the Indigenous Forum. Again, some of this you've heard, Indigenous peoples living on or near World Heritage sites will be especially supported to have a voice at the UNESCO and World Heritage Committee. A local communities representation will be handled on a case-by-case basis. Gender equality and inclusiveness is essential, and so is sustained regional representation essential. So it's really important that we not only have, you know, sort of one area or one side of the globe fully represented, while the other side of the globe is not. So for us, it's been a little difficult in getting Latin American representation. So I'm happy to talk with any of the delegates here that may be able to assist me and put me in touch with others in, you know, of those Indigenous people that live on or near and are responsible for World Heritage sites. Our policy or principles is that we go by the UNDRIP, which is the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and the UNESCO policy on engagement with Indigenous peoples. And that serves as a reference point for all engagement. The CBD program of works on protected areas shall provide valuable principles for equity, benefits, and governance. And as you heard, I'm also involved in the CBD process, and it has been quite a journey to actually try to bring the two conventions closer together because of the work that both conventions cover. So while the CBD is looking at biodiversity and ecosystems and the protection and conservation of those, the World Heritage is similar, looking at the protection of those values in places such as the natural and cultural landscapes. Capacity building is really important for Indigenous peoples, and so is the transfer of knowledge and skills. And that brings with it, you know, sort of that attempted effort to engage with younger people. I'm not saying we're all old in this room, but we are getting on, and we need the younger people to come through. And I'm finding that at the local level in Australia at the reef, on the reef. And so where I come from, I have two World Heritage actually touching each other. That's the Great Barrier Reef and the wet tropics of Queensland. And the forum shall share information with MRIP and the UN Special Rapporteur on Indigenous rights, and of course the UN Permanent Forum. And we welcome, you know, sort of engagement with other special rapporteurs as well. I'll talk a little bit more about that. Just going through the rules of procedure, it's not our operational guidelines as such, but we are setting ourselves up to make sure that we are consistent in the way that we work, not only with Indigenous peoples, but with, you know, sort of the bodies within the World Heritage systems. In January, we had an international expert on Indigenous issues, and that was looking at the recognition of Indigenous values in those sites of the World Heritage, on the World Heritage list, to include Indigenous values and acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of those World Heritage places. So there were about 50 participants, and 50% of those were Indigenous experts. So they included all the regulatory bodies, UNESCO, IUCN, ICOMOS and ICCROM, special rapporteurs, legal experts on the World Heritage Convention, and of course the Indigenous experts. The outcomes and recommendations report hopefully will go to the World Heritage Committee in New Delhi. And I don't have a copy with me, but I'm just waiting for that to be finalised with late additions. And Indigenous Caucus met also to look at the future of the forum and how do we move forward and progress, and how do we have an impact on, you know, sort of including Indigenous peoples throughout all the processes of World Heritage. We have a steering committee and a working group to work on the revision of the terms of reference. We still need to secure some voluntary funding for the Indigenous Forum to assist people to attend World Heritage processes and meetings, that way they learn about things. And, you know, in such a place like this, with all the information that's been shown so far, this is a prime learning ground for those Indigenous peoples to understand the systems better. We also need to secure funds for capacity building and looking at, you know, making advisory bodies more aware of Indigenous people's heritage values. So some of those recommendations will be coming out in the outcome report. But we do have some challenges, and there's recognition of the cultural values at their national level and as an outstanding universal level on the World Heritage List. So in Australia, mainly, we have that it must be recognised at the national level first before it could be put forward as a nomination to the World Heritage. The actual divide of nature and culture and its interpretation, this has been going on for so long that what we're trying to do now is to bring it back and make it that, you know, sort of you cannot have one without the other really across an Indigenous landscape. Having control over their nomination and from inception to management, and that's becoming more and more so in Australia, but I understand globally it is not, just because state parties will put up a nomination with, you know, very little or no input from the Indigenous peoples themselves. Comparative assessments against other mobs, we call other people, other communities mobs in cultural values. And let me explain that a little bit. To us, and what's been coming through from communities is that how can I say that my rock art is better than your rock art? There's different values, different sets of values that might be applied, depending on what was being used in the rock art, what it depicts in the rock art, and those sorts of things. So it's really difficult for some communities to go through that comparative assessment phase. And so, I mean, it has to be done, but they're not comfortable with it. And where cultural values are not originally included as part of the OUVs on the World Heritage List, how can they include cultural values at a later stage to be recognised? And that was the issue around the workshop that we had in Geneva in January. It's looking at those places that are already listed on the World Heritage List for natural values only. And I chair one of those World Heritage sites where it is listed for natural values and the Indigenous values are not recognised. So we have at the regional level of the wet tropics a forum every year for the rainforest Aboriginal peoples, as we call them. And overwhelmingly, they have got a management plan. It is listed at the national level retrospectively, but they overwhelmingly voted that, yes, they want to be recognised in the listing of the World Heritage, because otherwise it just seems to be that things might be built around it, such as management, such as, you know, engagement and all those sorts of things by including Indigenous peoples, but it's not recognised. If somebody looked at their listing on the internet because they're coming to visit, you know, sort of far north Queensland, they won't find anything about Indigenous peoples or rainforest Aboriginal peoples in the listing of the World Heritage of the wet tropics. So that's what we mean about, you know, sort of having those values listed after it's already been there on the list. How can we do that is going to benefit not only the Indigenous communities, but the worldwide community in educating them and making them aware of the existence of Indigenous peoples across those lands, and to be, you know, sort of nominated for its values eventually. What needs to happen in the plans of management and the whole process of the benefit to the community and the cultural values of the listed place. Now, there's a whole mixture of different management regimes, if you like. In Australia, we have two authorities, one in the Great Barrier Reef and one in the wet tropics. Otherwise, there are some that are managed through steering or advisory group committees to the World Heritage property by the community themselves, or it's by the government and input from the community.
Chrissy, can I remind you that you've got 5 more minutes?
Okay. So this is just a few shots of the caucus and the participants at the meeting in January. I just want to talk about existing policies from the UN to regional. So we've got all these, and people have mentioned them, sort of prior to my coming up here. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the UNESCO's Policy on Engaging with Indigenous Peoples, 2018, the cultural policies, calling on the UN Secretary-General to firmly anchor culture as a global public good. I won't read the lot out. Special rapporteurs to promote the UNDRIP and the international instruments relevant to the advancement of the rights of Indigenous peoples, and the International Labour Convention on the rights of Indigenous peoples and tribal peoples in independent countries. And that's number 169. So I was engaged in the ICOMOS Norway's coordination of the Our Common Dignity initiative on rights-based approaches. I think my workshop was 2014, but they combined and culminated all of the workshop results and presented to the World Heritage Committee in 2017. The human rights policies and laws in most countries, Convention of Biological Diversity, I talked a little about. That's 8J, which affirms the rights of Indigenous and local communities over their knowledge, innovations and practices, embodying traditional lifestyles relevant to the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. And the UNFCCC, which is the climate change, and they have set up an Indigenous platform. The Mudgee Code of Practice, these are national. ARCS First is national. That's a guide. If you don't know ARCS, ask someone who knows or who can tell you who and where to go. The Mudgee Code was written by myself for my community when we were going through a 4-year process of negotiations with the state of Queensland government to get back the handback of our national parks. So we got the handback on 4 national parks, 3 terrestrial and 1 marine. But it tells us, it gives cultural protocols by which we work and the ethical standards by which we expect them to do work with us. So some of the benefits are capacity building, as we've heard before, networking. It's really important for Indigenous peoples to network, not only across, our country, Australia, but certainly internationally as well. Empowerment, I don't know if people have the wrong idea, but it's not so much giving the power. I think it's more shifting the balance of power. So at the moment, Indigenous peoples don't have a lot of power in the processes or policies, and we want to shift that so that we're on equal footing and have some equity about the processes. Sharing the load and influencing policy. Examples of some good practice, I've listed some global efforts and, sort of some of the efforts that we've been doing in the Indigenous Forum. The environmental defenders are working with communities and they need to support the support from state parties. Indigenous peoples becoming more aware of their rights and what they can and should be able to expect from state parties and others. Some examples of industries wanting to work with Indigenous peoples with their full participation and free, prior, informed consent, and benefits being shared from outcomes of shared practices. And I've just listed a couple of examples there. But we have also been looking within and what are we doing in the Indigenous Forum. And we are trying to also make people aware that we are there to help them in, sort of express their concerns and, sort of make interjections on their behalf at the World Heritage Committee meetings. Invitations are now forthcoming for our inclusion of World Heritage Forums, and there's a few different forums that I've been attending over the last couple of years. And, sort of the rapporteur on the special rights, the rights of Indigenous peoples, has also been very active in our forum and committed to what we are doing. Oh, sorry, I think that's I've flipped over that because I think it's a duplicate slide. Just going to quickly talk about the Convention on Biological Diversity. As I mentioned, Article 8J, traditional knowledge, and 10C on customary sustainable use of resources. That happens every year, every 2 years. We have a workshop, and we're now looking at making that working group a subsidiary body, such as the one for science and technology and implementation. The Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity has been going for 25 years. I've been involved with it for the last 12 years. Cooperation of a number of documents from an Indigenous perspective, and we've been working with IPBES on doing reviews of their assessments, their global assessments. And having a complementary addition to the Global Biodiversity Outlook report by the state parties, which have to report every 5 years, and they weren't acknowledging or reflecting properly or accurately the contributions by Indigenous peoples to the management and conservation of biodiversity and ecosystems. So we developed our own local biodiversity outlooks, and we've got 2 versions out now, and they align with the same timing every 5 years that the state parties need to put in their reports. LBO reports are scoped out to address initially the IEG targets, but now we've gone into a new global biodiversity framework and engaged with IPLCs, which is Indigenous peoples and local communities, through the development of the global biodiversity framework. These are just a few of the guidelines that have been developed by the Indigenous Forum in the CBD, and they look at conduct of cultural, environmental and social impact assessments, ethical codes, voluntary guidelines for mechanism legislation and appropriate initiatives to ensure that prior and informed consent, free prior informed consent, or approval and involvement, they could not settle on one title. So they have 3 titles to this guideline. And the repatriation of traditional knowledge and the glossary terms within the context of Article 8J and related provisions. They're just copies of those. And I think this is my final slide. At the local level or at the regional level, we have what we're calling the regional Rainforest Aboriginal Peoples think tank. They're a group of people that have come together to actually look at the strategic direction, the strategic input and that of the Indigenous peoples of the Wet Tropics World Heritage Area. So the picture on the right is part of my mother's country, and the picture on the left is my father's country up in the Torres Strait. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chrissy. Thank you. And also thank you for shedding light on the works of the Convention on Biological Diversity as well. Actually, you might stay on the stage because I would like to invite all the session presenters from session 1 to come up on stage for a very short discussion session. We have about 10 or 15 minutes until the end of the session just to go through some main points that we can capture from the presentations that we've had so far. So if I could invite you all up on the stage. I am also aware that this discussion session is going to stand between us and lunch. So with that, I would like to ask everybody to be very succinct with their answers. I will try and ask you questions that may be more focused and dedicated to a shorter answer. So just to carry on with the session, and thank you very much for painting the picture and actually setting the scene of talking about how, not just about the World Heritage Convention, but about the various issues within participatory approaches of the working methodologies. And I think you've touched on some very important points. Because we had time to actually have some constructive thoughts about what is working and what is not working as well, I thought I might just dive into a question which might have the possibility to draw your attentions to thinking about what would be like an immediate revision that we could do within our working processes, quite possibly something of a low-hanging fruit, let's say, that we could remedy or modify very quickly within the working processes of the World Heritage Convention that would increase participation at various different levels. This can be done at the level of sites or at the national level or at the international level of the World Heritage Convention itself. So if I would like to go through maybe our speakers very briefly to give us some thoughts about what would be like an immediate thing that we could work on to improve our system in the short term. So I'll go from my left-hand side. Sarah, you can go first. And succinct, please.
Well, I'll leave colleagues who know more about the international level to speak there. As we at ICCROM work mostly at site manager level, it's a friendlier level, we're much happier there. I think there's a lot of good intentions, lots of site managers who want to work more with their communities. They just don't always have the tools to do so. So I think there's a lot could be done with just offering some very concrete guidance that would help people understand their communities better, to help them analyze the situation, and suggestions of how that can then help and be brought into really basic stuff like management planning. So I don't think it has to be too complicated at site level, but they do need resources, and the time they spend on it needs being recognized, because that's the bit that they don't currently have.
Thank you very much. Gwenelle?
Yes, okay. Not sure it would be a quick fix or a quick answer, but I think if there could be a shift in understanding why we are trying to improve this, it will improve the whole system. I mean, focusing on on the outcomes of enhancing this local communities' participation rather than, of course, it's important how to do it, but for which outcomes? It will change as well the way we look at these things. So it's not a quick fix, I'm sure. It's more a kind of shift or what we are willing to achieve. But in terms of some capacity building, I think it's very important, because how to do it now, states parties are coming to us to say, but how can we do? So some kind of guidance, practices, good practices, but as well as capacity building on this would be very helpful, I'm sure. And within our networks as well, because I talked about the importance of the mission expert going on site, ensuring that what is in place, what could be improved. So some as well capacity building within our networks would be helpful.
Yes, just from, and this is really from a personal perspective, as you know, well, maybe you don't, I come from Africa, from South Africa, so I work extensively with the African continent. And I would, upon reflection, think that we need to do a lot of work with our states parties and those departments who are responsible for World Heritage in particular, be it natural or cultural. There's a great desire being expressed by governments to understand what the implications of rights-based approaches, community engagement actually means, and how it can be integrated into their processes, both in terms of nomination and also in terms of site management. And I think somebody, it might have been Gwen or Sarah, reflected on the fact that we have 1,000 sites inscribed already that didn't go through this process. We're going to have to look at those sites and encourage retrofitting or indeed bringing justice to communities that have been affected negatively and positively by inscription. And I think Chrissy's probably very much aware of that and referred to it. So it's a matter of engaging, I think, at very top level to ensure that when governments are thinking about tentative listing and the preliminary assessment, that there's a full understanding and a commitment to the engagement with participatory approaches.
Very much. And Chrissy?
Thank you. I think the first and foremost thing that people need to do is to deeply listen. And there is a terminology in Aboriginal communities back home where, you know, they ask you to just sit and listen and absorb. And it's when that happens that you start to get understanding. So yes, you know, sort of people can go out there and talk and you hear, but you're not listening and you're not taking it all in and you're not absorbing that. So I think, you know, that's the very first thing that we promote is to actually do deep listening, both sides, because the communities are not understanding bureaucratic, you know, processes, and that's understandable because they're not being exposed to it. But then on the other side, neither are some of the bureaucrats that go out there to communities understanding community life and the impacts and priorities and issues for communities. So, you know, sort of once you can actually sit back and deeply listen to what you're being told and, you know, sort of what's been visually, you could see also what's happening within communities. That then starts to become a better awareness and understanding of, you know, sort of what Indigenous peoples are telling you for what they want and what they need as part of their responsibilities and obligations to that country that they live in. And as I said before, you know, sort of all the stories, all the heritage values within that traditional estate or what we call country is their identity, and that's, you know, that's very, very important to Indigenous peoples anywhere in the world.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you've actually managed to cover all the different actor levels, I think, in terms of addressing what could be done at various different levels for site managers, for states parties, for those people who work on it within the system at the international level, but also the attitude and the first and foremost sort of method that we should be adopting, which is to deeply listen. So thank you for that. Just basing it off on the deeply listening part, I'm just wondering, I think Sarah mentioned it in her presentation about the resources. And when we talk about resources, it's not just about money, and it's not just about having the actual processes being established within the systems, but having the capacity to practice it, having the capacity resource of having enough people who know what to do and when to do it, but also giving them enough time to be able to build it. Because I think as bureaucrats, a lot of people operate within a time frame of a year or 2 years at the most to be able to draw out results, which is nowhere enough time for participatory approaches to actually take hold and bring out different results as we had originally intended. So I think time resource is a very important factor when we're thinking about participatory approaches. I just wondered what would be sort of the good ways forward in considering time as one of the most important resources that we could apply in our working methods in the future. And this time around, I might actually go for Laura first, if that's okay, and then I'll go to Chrissy, Sarah, and Gwen.
Yes, time is, I think, it's of primary importance. Again, we know that developing a dossier takes a lot of time, particularly in the developing countries, I would say, who have less resources. I'm not going to say capacity, because I firmly believe that we have capacity. I'm going to say that we have resources. Some nominations take 10 years. And in that time, we need to build in the opportunity to engage with the communities on the ground. We always use this word communities. It's becoming a little bit uncomfortable because, again, it's about definitions, but it's about normal people who are affected or have a specific interest in the site and its significance, the place and its significance. And also, I think many of us have worked in community participation for many years. It's agonizing and it's slow. And as Chrissy says, the main thing to do is to listen. And we're all learning that slowly. So time is, when we're looking at participatory approaches, time is one of the really important resources that we need to build into the process generally. There's no quick fix about it. And I believe that properties that have a very strong community significance or require extensive participatory approaches will simply take a lot longer to develop. I hope that goes some way to answering the question.
Thank you very much. I'll move over to Chrissy. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll try and be short on this one. Time, the resources is really important for Indigenous peoples. They have different priorities within the community, and it's really important for anybody that's being consulted about anything that impacts or affects them, such as a nomination to the World Heritage List. What are the benefits that they're going to get out of it? But the time when communities, sort of say, yes, we can do this by, 12 months or whenever, there only has to be a death in the community or something like that, and it blows the timeline out by anything up to 6 months or more. And that depends on, of course, the stature of the person who may have died within the community. And so we are losing our older people, quite rapidly across the world. And sort of now with this increase of younger people also, sort of taking their lives and that sort of thing, it has a real impact on the whole community. And so, sort of that's just an example of how time is important. So you need to go back at another time that suits them, not you, to finish your consultations.
Thank you very much. I'll move over to Sarah and then go to Gwen.
Yeah, I think we've probably already mentioned the sort of time element from our heritage perspective, and probably some of the quick fixes are just recognising that staff and consultants need to be dedicating more time. That needs to be costed into things. I think we also need to recognise the time that we're requiring of communities, because I think it can become a real heavy burden on communities who want to be involved, and they have like Chrissy said, they've got that responsibility that, their rights, they're born with them, they can't get rid of them, they need to be involved. But the time we're requiring of them is a weight that we're putting on our communities sometimes without that being recognised and resourced. And maybe we've got to get better at helping that when communities have got a million other things to be doing as well. We've got people coming to our meetings who also have a job and kids and everything else. And we need to be better at recognising how much we're asking and not just take it for granted.
Thank you very much. And finally, Gwen, please.
Okay, so we are always short of time, but thinking about World Heritage System and time, I think it's matter as well of thinking about involving the right people at the right moment, so that you will save time at some point and you will be more efficient and more with outcomes that will benefit everyone, let's say. So it's not, it takes time anyway. In the World Heritage System, this is the reason why it has been, in terms of processes, we have tried to ensure at the earliest stage possible that local communities are involved. So now we have, and yes, there is still this matter, this issue that you have raised in terms of all those World Heritage sites that are already inscribed. What do we do with them? But we have time in a sense that we have time because they are listed forever, if possible. So I think it's a matter of to think to whom should be involved at the earlier stage possible, through which mechanism, that these mechanisms are in place, and as well as for which outcomes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And with that note, noting that we are over time, and we never have enough time, but we will have enough time, I think, hopefully in following sessions and through discussions, but also we have a dedicated workshop to draw out conclusions of this entire conference over the next 2 days. So thank you very much for all the presentations, and thank you very much to all the audience who've listened so attentively. And we'll close here. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene, for your wonderful moderating, and thank you very much for your beautiful presentation to set up the how we understand community and community participation in the World Heritage. And thank you so much. And I feel that we are community and community participation is such a wonderful world, but it's very hard to grab. But I hope that this conference help you to touch and also feel tangible with how the participatory approaches to World Heritage operates. So now we will end the opening ceremony and morning session. And thank you very much for all your cooperation and your presence. So we would like to make a short announcement regarding the luncheon. So we are nutritiously fed by the wonderful presentation. So it's now to have a lunch together. So the luncheon is provided to those guests who receive the invitation and will be held in the Rose Room on the 2nd floor. We ask that you move outside the venue as guided. For the other conference participants, the lunch box will be served. So please be patient until your lunch box is ready to serve. So the afternoon session will start at 1:30. So we hope you have a wonderful lunch. Thank you. Let's begin the afternoon session for today. Let me invite Laura Robinson, architect and specialist heritage consultant of ICOMOS, to chair Session B, Participatory Approaches in Diverse Areas of Heritage. Please welcome her to the stage with a big round of applause. The floor is yours, Laura.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Once again, I hope you are all refreshed. This is what many of us call the graveyard session. It's after lunch, so everybody's like very relaxed and kind of slightly full and needing a siesta. But I don't think that siesta is traditional here, as in most places. So it's good to be back. We have 3 speakers in. Oh, this has disappeared. My presentation has disappeared. I've got the time on now. Let's see. Perhaps somebody can just help me here. Okay, it's fine. It's, IUCN's has arrived. Thank goodness for that. So we have this afternoon's session. Excuse me. Participatory approaches once again. We have 3 speakers who I'm happy to introduce. The first speaker is representing IUCN, Mizuki Murai, Mizuki, very briefly, joined IUCN in 2015 and currently leads IUCN's work on World Heritage. She's the deputy head of IUCN's delegation at World Heritage Committee meetings and is the contact point on World Heritage matters. In her role, she oversees all of IUCN's work on World Heritage across the team and ensures compliance with IUCN's broader policies and standards on rights-based approaches to conservation. So I invite Mizuki, please.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope you had a nice lunch. I'd just firstly like to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for hosting and inviting IUCN. So there's myself, Mizuki Murai, as introduced, and also my colleague, Peter Brakels. And also would like to thank the organizers for creating this space to have this important discussion. So I'm representing here IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature. IUCN is the advisory body on nature under the World Heritage Convention. As well as that, we are also a global organization comprising over 1,000 staff worldwide in around 50 offices. And we have a large membership and a unique voluntary expert group structure. IUCN is involved in the evaluation and monitoring of World Heritage, as well as capacity building, which is outlined by colleagues from ICOMOS. But rather than outlining that, here I was asked to present on IUCN's broader work. So how do we ensure that conservation and the diverse ways of caring for and connecting with nature are recognized, socially just, effective, and sustainable? So in my presentation, I'm going to go through, firstly, just understanding governance, equity, and rights. Understanding governance diversity, what is governance quality, and going from concept to action, presenting you a few case studies. So protected and conserved areas, or PCAs, is often referred to as area-based conservation. And it's long been and remain a key biodiversity conservation strategy as reflected in CBD and many other biodiversity laws and conservation policies. These international laws and policies increasingly recognize the importance of centering governance, equity, and rights in area-based conservation. And by equity, so equity relates to fairness and justice, and governance concerns how and by whom decisions are made and upheld. Governance, equity, and rights are critical factors in protected and conserved areas, these area-based conservations of which World Heritage is a part. So Global Biodiversity Framework, CBD Target 3, reads, conserve at least 30% of land, water, and seas by 2030. And this includes recognizing indigenous and traditional territories, and states that this must recognize and respect the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities, including over their traditional territories. With calls and commitments to expand the coverage of area-based conservation, applying equitable and effective governance and respect for rights becomes absolutely critical. So the conservation community has to take really strong measures to ensure equity. So what do we mean by governance in this context? Governance concerns how and by whom decisions about a protected and conserved area or system are made, and who is or should be accountable for those decisions. It's about who has power and responsibility, and through what rules, structures, and processes those power and responsibilities arise and are exercised. Governance is related to management, but it's different from it. Management is what is done in pursuit of given objectives, such as day-to-day or longer-term actions. Governance is about who decides about what is to be done and how those decisions are taken. So it's about who upholds power and responsibility, and who is or should be held accountable. A human rights-based approach means, in simple terms, that biodiversity policies, governance and management don't violate human rights, and that those implementing such policies actively seek ways to support and promote human rights in their design and implementation. Indigenous peoples and local communities' ways of life and territories are part of the solution to our global crises and has to be identified and supported, including through recognition of rights over lands, territories and resources in customary sustainable use, in traditional knowledge, and in full and effective participation. So often we refer to rights-based approach, but by rights, there are different types of rights. You could say that nature has a right, but here we're focusing very much on a human rights-based approach. And there are three important aspects of conserved and protected area governance. They are type, diversity, and quality. Governance type relates to who governs a particular site, i.e., who has the primary decision-making power and responsibility. Diverse governance systems recognize and support various governance types, and IUCN and CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity, recognize 4 types of governance. There's governance by government, there's governance by various actors together, also called shared governance, there's governance by private actors, and there's governance by indigenous peoples and or local communities, sometimes referred to as ICCA, the Indigenous and Community Conserved Area. Governance quality dimension is about how equitable and effective decision-making is. This concerns the effectiveness and equity of governance rules, structures, and processes. The CBD COP in 2018 clarified the meaning of equity in the context of protected and conserved areas. It stated that equity can be broken down into 3 dimensions: recognition, procedure, and distribution. So firstly, recognition. Recognition is the acknowledgement of and respect for the rights and the diversity of identities, values, knowledge systems, and institutions of rights holders and stakeholders. Procedure refers to inclusiveness of actors in decision-making, transparency, and accountability. And the distribution implies that costs and benefits resulting from the management of protected and conserved areas must be equitably shared among different actors, recognizing costs incurred across actors and how the costs and burdens experienced by some actors are mitigated. And often quality is assessed by looking at governance in relation to widely agreed upon principles such as legitimacy of voice, direction, performance, accountability, and fairness and rights. So IUCN is guided by key principles for effective and equitable governance of protected and conserved areas, and one of them concerns legitimacy and voice. The part of its definition that in particular I think is applicable to the World Heritage Convention is where it refers to ensuring procedural rights of access to information, participation and justice, and fostering engagement and dialogue. To follow the principle of legitimacy and voice means enabling and fostering mutual respect without discrimination. And IUCN has its own environmental social management system, and this encourages participation of diverse actors, especially women, civil society organizations, indigenous peoples, and representatives of local communities, as well as minority groups, marginalized group, elderly and youth, and so on. So what does it look like to apply these principles and guidances? So Panorama Solutions is a global knowledge exchange platform for anyone to share their successes. And IUCN partners with many actors, including ICCROM and ICOMOS, to promote various case studies. IUCN recently published solutions of focus down at the bottom looking specifically at governance of protected and conserved areas. And so I wanted to share a couple of case studies that demonstrate different types of participatory approaches that concerned World Heritage. The first concerns the participatory management system in a World Heritage Site in Sweden called Laponian Area World Heritage Site. So this is a mixed site, so inscribed under natural and cultural values. And it's composed of four national parks and 2 nature reserves. And this is also an area used by indigenous Sami people for generations to graze their reindeers in the summer. So the different building blocks that are showcased is that firstly, because of because of the overlap of the national parks and the nature reserves and of the indigenous land use, it's been very challenging to establish a coordinated management system for this World Heritage Site. But led by the governor, a new initiative was started to include all stakeholders based on a set of common values, and decisions were taken to be taken by consensus. And this led to the signing of a common agreement which included preparations for the start of a World Heritage Management Group with a Sami majority on the committee. They then developed working methods was such that the meetings were open and everyone could participate, where local viewpoints and knowledge are expressed and taken into consideration for management. And because they wanted to grant the management responsibility to a local entity, a new legal framework was then created, which was then called the Laponia Ordinance. The various parties then created a new management plan for the World Heritage Site based on a shared understanding of the values, which were the natural environment, the living Sami culture and reindeer industry, as well as the historical heritage. The second case study is around public participation and how significant changes to the zoning plan of a World Heritage Site were made because of high levels of public participation. So these are case studies that are publicly available and were uploaded by individuals or groups. And so neither of these are absolutely perfect, but they do showcase different types of participation. So the building blocks for this particular case, so the first stage was logging each individual submission received in response to a public consultation process. Then additional survey methods were used to get a true picture of public opinions. For example, certain voices might dominate consultations, or a single submission might represent an entire community of voices. So in this particular case, they commissioned additional surveys. And this found that some level of misinformation was actually present amongst the public. So the management authorities produced a fact sheet titled "Correcting the Misinformation" to then be distributed. Then there was a need to continue and adapt public engagement. So in this particular case, the authorities were looking to produce a new zoning plan. But consultations revealed a lot of the public didn't know why this process was actually being undertaken, why it was needed. So here, they actually paused the plan. They paused developing the zoning plan further in order to run an awareness campaign around the problems facing, in this case, the Great Barrier Reef, using various outlets like TV, radio, websites, newspapers. And they found that actually by doing this, by adding extra time and taking the time to engage with the public were much more supportive and accepting of a need for a new plan. Throughout the planning process then, there's great emphasis was placed on making information sheets available to explain in simple terms, what terms like biodiversity and connectivity means, using various communication methods. And they also tailored information to various sectors. For example, what was presented to fishers was probably different to what's presented to politicians. And this meant there was a much greater understanding why a representative approach was needed for this consultative process. And they emphasized that engaging with key political players from the start was important, so that they had to correct information to pass on to their constituents. So in the end, with a very broad group of stakeholders, it was all down to compromises, and no one stakeholder apparently felt that they got exactly what they wanted. But every group knew that they had ample opportunities to become engaged and to provide input, and understood that compromises across all sectors had to be made. So this is just two examples of different types of participatory approaches that were taken concerning natural world heritage sites. There are many other types. Like I said, not perfect, but I hope that helps give you some ideas of what happens in the nature sector. And with that, I close on time.
Thank you very much from IUCN, and Mizuki, thank you for an excellent presentation around issues of governance and management and community participation. Next, we have Ratish Nanda, who is from the Agriculture Foundation for Culture. And Ratish is going to talk to us about conservation-led quality of life, which sounds fascinating. Briefly, Ratish is a conservation architect, and he is the Indian CEO for Aga Khan Trust for Culture, as I've just mentioned. He heads the interdisciplinary teams presently undertaking the two major urban conservation projects in India, the Nizamuddin Urban Renewal Initiative, Delhi, and the Kut Sashi, and I do apologize for the spelling, for the pronunciation, Heritage Park Conservation in Hyderabad. For the Aga Khan Trust for Culture, he was earlier responsible for the Babur restoration, which took place between 2002 and 2006 in Kabul in Afghanistan, and the garden restoration of Humayun's tomb. His major publications include Delhi, the Built Heritage, a listing released by the Prime Minister of India, also Delhi Red Fort to Resina, Conservation of Historic Graveyards, and Rethinking Conservation, Humayun's Tomb. He studied architecture at the TBB School of Habitat Studies in Delhi, where he graduated with the gold medal. Ratish then did a master's program in conservation studies focused on the built heritage at the Institute of Advanced Architectural Studies, University of York in England. So please welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here in South Korea. It's been fascinating listening to everybody this morning. Thank you, Eugene, for having me here. I think, when you're in the trenches doing all of these things, you keep forgetting how quickly the operating guidelines get updated. So it's been fascinating to read the document that all of you have very kindly put together over the last few weeks. And it's, I think it's a fascinating time. As Sarah said in the morning, it's, getting a bit urgent to really look at the impact conservation, especially of World Heritage Sites, has on needy communities. Now, we at the Aga Khan Trust for Culture have, over the last 30, 40 years, been working across the world, leveraging cultural assets to improve quality of life. Now, we are part of the Aga Khan Development Network. We work in 30 countries, employ 85,000 people. And one thing that binds together all the Aga Khan Development Network agencies worldwide is that we all focus on improving quality of life. Some agencies do it by leveraging cultural assets like ourselves, but also education, health, rural development, and all the traditional development parameters. In Delhi, over the last 25 years, we've had the privilege to work on this incredible site, which is centered at the World Heritage Site of Humayun's tomb. This is not what it looks like today. This is what it looked like 200 years ago. but it is centered on a very important 14th century shrine, a spiritual sacred landscape that includes over 60 individual monuments. Okay, this will move forward. Yes, it does, but quite quickly. So what we've been doing since 2007, when we signed a single piece of paper with multiple government agencies, is trying to link the heritage, the World Heritage Site, with both nature assets as well as implementing a major social economic development program that benefits the local population. Now, there is a history to this project. We were requested in 2004 by the Prime Minister, Government of India, to do more public-private partnership work in India. And we were offered about 50 sites from across the country. Now, every site except the Taj Mahal was on that list. We chose, instead of using any of those 50 sites, to come back to Humayun's tomb because we consider our work incomplete, but also because here was the potential, and this was literally one of the most critical reasons we chose to come back, was the potential to leverage cultural assets, Humayun's tomb, tourism, etc., to improve quality of life for the people who live in the Nizamuddin Basti. And it is one of the most densely inhabited areas of India, possibly. So multiple different agencies who don't usually talk to each other signed a single piece of paper that allowed us to do this large urban conservation project. And this, in His Highness the Aga Khan's own words, is the reason that the Aga Khan Trust for Culture has been working in historic cities across many countries of the world: India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Syria, Uzbekistan, Egypt, amongst them. Not intentionally, but on hindsight, when we look back on the last 15 years of work or 16 years of work that we've done in the Nizamuddin area, we have been able to use conservation project to really fulfill 15 of the 17 sustainable development goals. Now, not for a moment am I trying to suggest that this will have a significant impact on India's commitment to fulfill the SDGs, but what it does, like the rest of our work, what it does is provide a model for people to replicate across heritage sites, across heritage cities, across the country and the region. And for this, we are basically addressing the needs of several communities. As I mentioned, and this is not the focus of today's conversation, we have in this area restored about 60 monuments, including the Humayun's Tomb World Heritage Site. And we realized quite early on, this is the first ever, and those of you who come from, the West and so on, conservation and culture is seen as the responsibility of everyone. In India, it is still conservation of the built heritage, still seen as a government preserve and a government preserve only. So we've been the first, and in the last 25 years, the only agency working on national monuments. One of the things we realized, and I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty of what we've done, but for all of these buildings required major conservation effort from the top to the bottom to the foundations. Every square inch of Humayun's tomb needed to be addressed. But from the very early on, what we realized is that if we were going to retain the significance of the World Heritage Site, if we were going to ensure authenticity, we needed to go back into the craft-based approach or use the same craft skills to fix these monuments, the same skills that had been used 500-600 years ago. And these craftsmen, and many of these skills are still living skills, still use the same tools, the same building crafts that their forefathers originally did. Now, it gives me great satisfaction to report that over the last 15-16 years, craftsmen have clocked over 1.5 million days of work in just fixing these heritage sites. This is substantial, and it's also led to a revival of at least 2 or 3 significant craft traditions that had been lost to India. Now coming to the community of Nizamuddin, this is a project area where for 700 years monumental buildings have been built, such as this stepwell seen in a 19th century lithograph, which is also the reason for Humayun's tomb, the World Heritage Site, being built where it is, because it was considered auspicious to be buried near a saint's grave. I was very grateful this morning to listen to these sessions, and also, airing my thoughts. Now, nowhere in the even in the RSO UVP of Humayun's tomb is the community linkage really mentioned, because obviously things have moved on since 1993 when the site was designated. But this stepwell, which is considered sacred and holy, and the water, however contaminated or impure you might find, is still considered healing for spiritual reasons. Now, when we started in Nizamuddin, we really started with health, education, and all of those things, because we signed an agreement with the municipal corporation in 2007, and the municipal commissioner then went and told the community before we got in, saying, "Oh, we're going to get into a partnership with the Aga Khan Trust, and we're going to demolish all your houses, and we're going to make new houses for you in the parks up outside, and where your houses are, we're going to make parks." So, typical 1970s American ghetto approach. And that was the context in which we started an urban conservation program. So you can imagine what it took. It was needless. But, this is a 14th century stepwell. You can sort of look at the houses on top. And then there was a collapse, large collapse. It took us, there were 100 such stepwells in Delhi at the turn of the last century. It took us quite a lot of time to convince the community not to fill this up and actually conserve this site. And they challenged us. They said, "We'll let you do it only if you can clean the well." And the only way we could clean the well was removed 700 years of sludge with buckets. It took 8,000 days of work just to clean the sludge. And we discovered this well below it. Sorry, we built alternate housing for those people who were living on top of the well. And this picture on the right gives me great satisfaction, because one of the community members came forward, allowed us to demolish his house so that we could rebuild this arcade, which his grandfather had demolished. If you had asked me to come to this seminar 5-6 years ago, I would have probably struggled to convince you that we had a good buy-in with the community. But 6-7 years ago, after we finished the conservation of Humayun's tomb, the community came forward and said, "Can you fix our mosque?" And this was unthinkable. This was unthinkable. This is the first ever mosque in India that has gone through conservation. It is not, despite being 700 years old, not a protected monument. So you can see the difference by just removing paint layers. And because we removed cement plaster from the dome, we were able to reveal this 14th century stonework. And this was all done. The principal mosque, which is used by about 4 million people every year, mostly pilgrims, was closed for 5-6 years. In 2016, this is quite a separate matter, but led to a minor boundary modification. So we were able to increase the boundary modification. After listening to everybody today morning, I think we should do another boundary modification and expand the World Heritage property even further. But I'll be in touch about that one. We have, as I said, this is a place of culture, and we have over the years leveraged a lot of these cultural assets. And this is a scene every Thursday with thousands and thousands of people coming and listening to just music traditions, genres of music that were invented here in the 14th century. We've got youth groups who do a lot of heritage awareness, heritage interpretation, especially for students. So these are all local youth from the community, and music. So as I said, we've created performance spaces next to monuments as part of a conservation effort. where traditional Qawwali music can be performed, and several international festivals have been here. So we did an exhaustive baseline survey at the onset of the project amongst the community. We tried to understand their needs, their aspirations, and we realized that less than 1% of the women had any economic opportunities. This group of women, who have since been trained to make products such as this, they have been able to, together with with this group of women who now selling the cuisine of this area, in the last few years, been able to generate a revenue of almost 50 million rupees, which for women who've never earned a penny in their lives is a substantial amount. We've created other sort of economic opportunities. And then, this place had become a ghetto. It had become the drug capital of Delhi. And to address all of those things, we built in-home toilets, laid sewer lines, improved streets, neighborhood parks. Again, less than 1% of people had seen a park in the last 1 year. And there were these parks, but they've really been taken over by rag pickers and drug lords. So landscaping these parks and returning them to the community for maintenance has been critical, and creating more open spaces. For this one, we had to remove over 400 truckloads of just rubbish and put in place waste management, waste collection, which today is sustainable. And this is the impact of just big, large green space created along the edge of the community. Mind you, 250 households were provided with toilets and a new sewage system put in. Now, 25% of people had no in-home toilets. Now, what I'm trying to say is, we conservationists, I think, need to go away for a bit from the attempt to involve local communities in our preservation effort, but actually look at how the conservation effort can bring enormous benefit to the local community. One of the needs we realized was people needed public toilets. This was using a toilet like that was both undignified, especially for women. We built this. We provided schools. I know I'm running out of time, so I'm going to go through some of this very quickly. Now, 30 kids from this school have gone to American universities. These are first-time English learners. Overall, we have 2,500 kids have received vocational training, which has allowed them to find jobs. 3,500 kids have received vocational training, out of which, about 2,000 plus have received jobs or other established economic opportunities. Similarly, in health, we realized there were women dying in childbirth. We have invested significantly. And the aim of the investment in the health sector over here was critically only for the community, but over the years, 600,000 people, the local community is only 20,000 people, 600,000 people accessed this free health care. And talking about gender equality, a lot of what we've been able to do in Nizamuddin, a lot of what we continue to sustain is thanks to this group of women who've been deeply engaged with the work over the last 15 years. This led to some very valuable recognitions for which we are grateful. And just quite quickly, we also created a new 100-acre city park in the vicinity, which was really a government enclave. This got in. We've now got 300 tree species. This is slightly outdated. We now have 168 bird species. This picture, mind you, is of the same space 15 years later. We've got almost 300 tree species here, and it's a little urban oasis in the heart of Delhi. We're building a new museum, but which also has significant community use. I had a few more slides, but I'm going to stop here. Thank you very much.
Ratish, thank you very much for what I think is a very inspirational view of the work that the Aga Khan Foundation is doing in your part of the world in Delhi. And just a comment that it is very interesting and heartening to see how conservation and culture can be used to improve the life of communities that live on the site or around the site. And as we know, working with everybody, the dignified opportunities or the rights to dignified ways of life, which include much needed infrastructure in areas such as this, is incredibly important. And it's really very, very exciting to see what has been achieved with these amazing sites, but also with improving facilities that most of us take for granted, such as water supplies, such as decent toilets, and public open space, which is incredibly important for people to have the opportunity to get out and relax and mingle with friends and family. So that said, I'd like to welcome our last speaker, Aisha Abdallah, who is going to talk to us about the conservation values of authentic cultural and natural experiences. I want to firstly say thank you to Aisha for being present during the holy month of Ramadan. It's quite a sacrifice. I think we all appreciate and thank you for traveling to join us.
Thank you very much. I'm Aisha Abdullah, wilderness leader and ecological educator. I would like to thank the people who organized this valuable workshop, Participatory Approaches to World Heritage. In my field of wilderness leadership and ecological education, we talk about participation. We mean authentic experiences as opposed to theoretical. I am a member of IUCN CEC, Commission on Education and Communication, founder of Inaq al-Ard, Embracing the Earth and Thriving with Nature. Participatory approach to help people connect with the natural world authentically. We help people see themselves as part of the larger web of life. I'm a member of Al-Mizan core team and drafting team. Al-Mizan Covenant for Earth is an initiative that brings the values of Islam to protect the natural world, is compared to Laudato Si, the work of Pope Francis, bringing beautifully the values of Christians and related to conserving the natural world. Al-Mizan Covenant for Earth, as Laura mentioned, is launched in Nairobi, Kenya last month in an event held by UNEP. I would highly encourage every one of you to download Al-Mizan, read it, spread this message, and help us with your feedback. It's found in the internet when you Google, in Arabic and in English language so far, and we are planning to translate it to many languages possible. I was born and raised in Saudi Arabia in a very multicultural and ethnic cultural society. In Saudi Arabia, I conduct my work, and I was the coordinator of Leave No Trace training program in Saudi Arabia, and I had opportunity to train protected area managers and people who are using natural areas and conserving them in other places than Saudi Arabia, such as Jordan. I also did activities in Spain and in many other places in the world. My presentation today will focus on participatory approaches to conserving cultural heritage, authentic as opposed to inauthentic experiences. What's happening here? After the launch of Al Mizan, my family and I had the privilege to participate in Swahili culture. We flew to the northeast of Kenya to a World Heritage, Lamu. There we attended community participation in celebrating young people memorize different chapters of the Quran and empower them to go farther. People of Lamu chose to conserve their tradition. There I really felt the spirit of cultural sites is alive. People of Lamu chose to ban cars used in their island. Consciously, they know allowing cars in the island means a lot of destruction for the fabric of their community. Their homes, many of their homes will be lost for roads, and they did not want that. They want to continue the tradition of their ancestors, which goes for hundreds of years. They main transportations there, they use their foot. They use donkeys and they use boats and cars only in very limited manners. The homes I saw there are built of corals, rocks. The windows are strategically positioned in a way that natural lights and air seeps through. Their doors are made of wood, beautifully carved by hands. And the women participate in swimming in courtyards located. There are lots of music instruments that keeps experiential and flavoring of the community of the people who are making the fabric of the place. The food I ate there is made by the local people, and it represents the different culture, the people who make the different culture of the place. And they are delicious, by the way. Traveling back in time, and this is one example of other places that I witnessed. This site is located in Jordan, is a historic site, is in one of the protected areas, Yarmouk. I was expecting in such a place to be the role of participatory is very alive, conserving the cultural and historic spirit and the natural. Instead, as I said, like other places also, which some of them is recognized as World Heritage Sites, I find like this, similar to this playground. I'm not opposed to playground. I enjoy them when they are in their places. Actually, I always love to do that, even as an adult. But I did not find this its place to be in a historic place, nor in a protected area. I felt the spirit of the place has been stolen. Historic places, cultural places in our tradition are encouraged when it's visited is to be brought to life, to learn lessons of the people who were there and reflect on them and better ourselves. I did not see that in that location. I did not see in that location also type of cuisine that reflects the culture or helps conserve the communities. I find typical international cuisines, the trinkets. I don't know, in many places, it's not specifically to this, but in other places also, I don't see it's reflecting the value of the place. Now I would like to move to the second approach of the presentation, which is participatory approaches to conserving natural heritage. In Inaqal art, we do activities experientially. One of the activities we do there in Inaqal art, I called it biophobia to biophilia. Biophobia means fear and sometimes hatred of living things. Biophilia means the love of living things. To make the things more authentically, I take participants to the natural world. I show them how the site is being formed. We talk about the interconnectedness of living and non-living elements that represent the community of the place. And we look at the soils and learn about the different type of life that exhibit in the area. When we talk about these things, participants usually have a lot to add, a lot to share. And we talk in Inaqal art things in terms of friends. I tell them we are friends here. And I explain the qualities of friends we have, and they also share and feed on that. But I also tell them that I have other type of friends. A friend that is different than us, that slithers from one place to another. A friend that does not have arms or legs. And when I take that friend out of my bag, which is easily could be a snake, the empathy and care and feeding nourishment of information they added earlier all disappears. Chaos happens. People start some running, some jumping, and some in tears. I acknowledge these kind of fears, but we talk about these fears, and you could see in this picture, I even let them sometimes see it with their permission. And as we talk deeper, people start relating, learning about the forms and patterns of the creature that they're holding or they're witnessing, learning about its needs, learning it also has fears. They transform. They start acknowledging these things and appreciating it. And sometimes this kind of transformation happens in one session. Another participatory approach to conserving wild places is leave no trace. Leave no trace has in its heart 7 principles, which are skills also. They help people going to natural places and conservation managers and people in tour operations minimize their ecological impacts in the places they visit. They participate in that practically, and they pass these skills they learn into others. Last things I would like to leave you with is the IUCN Green List, which is a process by which site planners, managers, and others can implement best practices in protected area planning, governance, and management, and participation of local community and other stakeholders is central to this process. Once a site is certified as a green list, this site met its planning, governance, and management. And I would highly recommend the World Heritage Committee to use such criteria for the World Heritage selections and planning and managing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aisha. Also a very fascinating look at a different kind of world that many of us are working in. And I think are we going to rearrange our deck chairs on the stage briefly before the question and answers. So we'll just give our colleagues a minute. We'll invite our participants to come up and be present. What I thought I'd do, and I did check with some of the bosses, I'm going to break the mold a little bit and open up to the floor for some input or thoughts or reflections. We're just going to make a few introductory remarks. So colleagues, speakers, please come up. We are perhaps be a little more convivial. We've had three very different presentations, or presentations that touch on very different issues. What came out for me was we're looking at different levels of institutions and their involvement and promotion of participatory approaches. If I can say, I think first of all we had IUCN, which focused a lot on governance and followed on really from the ICOMOS presentation and the ICROM presentation as one of the advisory bodies. We then had a fascinating example of what I can call as a well-established NGO, the Aga Khan Foundation. And then Aisha gave us, I think, fantastic presentation on what is a very much a grounded earth, a sort of grounded in the earth, people-based organization, if I can say so, that is developed from passion, I think personal passion and experience in a number of parts of the world that some of us probably aren't that familiar with. So with that said, and we touched on some very, very interesting examples again, both particularly in the Indian context and also in both Kenya and Africa and in Jordan, which I found very interesting. I know the Lamu site, Aisha, it's a wonderful site. So I'm going to ask colleagues to please feel free, ask some questions. I'm sure you've got a lot of questions and queries for our three panelists here, and you might even have some issues that you would like to raise from this morning. So if I may, I'm going to do it that way, and I'll probably get into trouble for not being more focused, but I thought we're here to talk to each other. So let's see what inputs we have. While you think about that, I'll ask our three panelists, are there any comments you would like to make about each other's presentation and what, if anything, came out for you particularly? Or there were some things that you'd like to pick up on, possibly? Please go ahead.
I think both the presentations that went together, I think all of us are trying to somehow break down the general impression that conservation of the built and natural heritage is something of interest only to the elite. By making it more meaningful for or fulfilling people's needs. And I think in our part of the world, it's absolutely critical that heritage conservation is, or nature conservation is a means to an end. Of course, in terms of nature conservation, everybody in the most polluted world has realized the value of a tree. So we have to ride piggyback over the greens. But I think somehow we can find strength in doing things together.
Riding piggybacks over the greens.
Thank you. Yeah, so I found both of my co-presenters' presentations really, really fascinating, and to hear from what's happening at the ground level, because very often, you know, at ICN and within the convention, we talk a lot at the international level, international policy level. So seeing what's happening on the ground is always really fascinating. But I think what I'm taking from all the presentation is really that working with the communities is really the solution to the problems that we're facing. You know, I think looking at community like consultations and participatory approaches as an additional separate isn't the way forward. That actually, by integrating it into the process from the outset and seeking solutions from them, really helps find the right solution in the longer run.
Aisha, would you like to add something?
Well, as a wilderness leader and ecological educator, I see very much what you're talking about. And I would like to add that, you know, I would like to take this floor to emphasize the need of the kind of experiential education that connects people with the natural world to be taking place powerfully by government agencies pertaining to conservation, and with also groups that conduct educations in schools, and people who are forming the policies of educations and so on.
Thank you for those sort of first and initial reflections. Just one or two reflections from my side, and then I think we might need the headsets if we're going to have a conversation, but we'll take that as it comes. What I found that came through from both of the last two presentations, particularly when we were dealing with specific examples, was that World Heritage and the opportunities that it generates for the state mainly in terms of tourism, can be extremely beneficial and can be married to local community capacitation. And we saw that with the Indian example with the women who are now selling, who are making and selling local cuisine, for instance. And that's quite a common benefit from local sites. After all, to pick up on the authentic and inauthentic experiences that are offered by the sites, people want to see the real thing. I think sometimes in the past, management authorities have interpreted and presented the site in the way that they feel is appropriate. But visitors to the site are discerning. If we go to a site, we don't want to particularly keep our children busy on a Western playground, as was one of the examples in Jordan. We want to talk to the real people who make the site important, who add to the significance, whose heritage it really is. Experience the crafts and the culture, the music, and the intangible aspects of culture. So that's something that came across, I think, quite strongly for me. The other thing I did find very moving was when Aisha was talking about biophobia and biophilia. It's a very common thing. We all talk about loving the natural environment, but there's a great embedded fear in us about elements of that environment. I speak for myself, which when the sort of primal fear of wildlife, insects and reptiles, which was very clear on those photographs from the faces of the lady who saw the snake, and then I couldn't quite see what the other one was. I think it might be an insect possibly. And to engender and teach our children or the young people that these creatures are part of a natural environment and must be cherished and not actually destroyed, because they're an integral part of our environment. And it's an intuitive thing, I think, to step back in horror when you're faced by, let's call it a creepy crawly, because we're not used to them. But it's incredibly important that we learn to respect all the wildlife components in our natural sites. Okay, that's quite enough from myself. So I'd like to invite anybody with any questions. Oh, there's several hands. Okay. I'll just ask you to introduce yourself. I see the gentleman here, then I see John. And if we need translation, we'll just... Are we speaking in Korean or English? Okay, thank you. Just wait for us to put on.
Thank you. My name is Yonggi-jo. I am a former member of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Senior Public Diplomacy Group. I would like to ask to Natasha Nanda from India, architect. As we know, lots of world heritage are destroyed among us. In my opinion, if people consider other nations' heritage important, and if we improve cultural exchange each other, people can achieve peaceful coexistence. I'll appreciate you if you let me know about that, role of UNESCO, and so on. Thank you.
Much for that intervention. I'm going to take John's question as well, and then I think that question is quite a challenging one, and I'm not quite sure who's going to answer it, but we're going to try our best. So if we can, John, can you just stick your hand up so you can get the mic? Thank you.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, I'd like to say thank you so much for the good presentations, well informing. So my questions are directed to Aisha and Ratesh. Straight on to the point, the projects that you're doing are very outstanding and are very good, very inspiring. But you did mention one thing which I really wanted to hear is the source of your funding. Where do you get the funding to do such enormous work, which I think most of us would like to hear and learn from you so that we could be able to implement. Thank you.
I think we always really battle with that particular question of resources. So let's deal with the first question. So if I understand it, you were saying that we need to understand how World Heritage can build peace and cooperation between nations on a global stage which is full of conflict at the moment. Yeah, that's my understanding. I'm not quite sure who's going to answer it. From the working group point of view that I operate from, which is the human rights view, we noticed with great concern that at the moment there are 27 places of conflict globally. We obviously the high priority ones that we know about, but there are many, and it's a very frightening thing. And in my years of experience with World Heritage, there's always the intention that the world will come together and celebrate common values relating to cultural and natural significance. Whether that is actually happening, I haven't been part of the committee, so maybe my colleagues would like to comment. It's a very sensitive issue as well, probably politically. I think as cultural workers and cultural experts and not politicians, I think there's a very great desire for that to cross the boundaries of cultural differences and celebrate our similarities. I think that's about all I can say. I'm going to invite colleagues, if anybody else has got something to say on this, I think it would be very welcome.
I think, thank you for that question. I think, we have you're talking about sayings. There's a Hindi saying, boon boon kar ghada. So every drop counts. And I think critically, the world is a very large platform, but through these projects, we can address some immediate issues around us, including communal harmony in our case in India. I mean, there is the heritage that we represent and restoration of pride. And what is very interesting is that the operating guidelines actually mention a lot of these aspects of how World Heritage can be leveraged to achieve some of this. I think everybody has, I mean, in today's world, there is a lot of mistrust for other religions, but everybody loves the food, the music, the culture, the craft that comes from different, and I think nothing has the potential to bridge cultures, bridge people other than culture itself. And we're doing a lot of that through the work, trying to, and the work with school children, walking them through the sites is explaining a certain kind of heritage which they're otherwise not exposed to.
So in a way, I think, well, thank you for that question. It's a really important question because it is the founding reason behind this convention, this World Heritage Convention we're talking about. And of course, UNESCO would be the right body to respond, but I'll do my best to respond to your question. I mean, from my perspective, there's the area where we see the most opportunity and kind of actual results is through transboundary cooperation. And World Heritage being the platform really to really inspire and encourage countries to focus on commonalities, common values, and that transboundary World Heritage sites is in particular an area where I do see that happening. And it's complicated, and there is still a lot more that we do need to learn. But there's lots of opportunities there. There are projects happening to try to encourage states parties, neighboring countries, or whether it's a serial property and it's across a continental scale, to bring states parties together on something like World Heritage that will bring different actors together. And it's not necessarily always different countries. World Heritage has inspired some countries within the country to improve dialogue, communication, develop management plans across municipalities, which in some cases have never happened. So World Heritage has created new opportunities, new innovative cases to really inspire that.
Ms. Yuki, thank you for that. I don't know if either ICOROM or ICOMOS wants to add any comments or words of wisdom to what's been said. I don't see, perhaps not. I think that we've tried to put some of our personal viewpoints and viewpoints we've had from experience. As Ms. Yuki said, UNESCO would be well placed, probably more appropriate to answer that. We don't want to make a faux pas in terms of that. but an excellent question and right at the core of things. So thank you. Any other questions that colleagues might have? Oh, sorry, resources. Aga Khan, we look to you.
I did have this slide up, but I had to cut down my presentation. I think there might not be resources for conservation, but there are resources for, just a slide before that, please, one slide before that. Can I have one slide before that? So just the previous slide. Thank you. No. Can I just try it? Sorry. Sorry, it's wasted effort. But essentially what we've been able to do is leverage funds from both international traditional donors. We've received 10 grants from the US Ambassadors Fund for Cultural Preservation, for example. But we've also leveraged corporates in India. We've received funds from government agencies, sometimes for education, sometimes for sanitation. And no amount of fund is too little. And it's something you and I can discuss later. But we have over the last 15 years for this project undertaken about over 200 individual projects, of which at least 100 have been co-funded. You notice that the Humayun's Tomb slide there was Tata Trust mentioned, but there are corporates, there are NGOs, there are other grant-giving organizations, national, international. We've tried to leverage every dollar we could find everywhere, and it's possible if you look for non-conservation funding. I mean, there is money for training, capacity building, education, health, urban improvements. These are all fulfilling major government objectives.
Thanks. I can just add onto that a little from my own national perspective in South Africa, where tourism is one of our major income generators, apart from the extractive industries, which we won't talk about in this context at all. But tourism, we have a tourism levy that is levied by tourism operators, guest houses, etc. What we are starting to do as a conservation and heritage fraternity, sorority, or grouping is to attempt to persuade government to include the cultural heritage, particularly into getting a small portion of that enormous amount of funding that comes in on the tourism levies. The other issue or manner or way that we're trying to address it is to ensure that when major developments, and they're usually infrastructural urban development, or indeed, our extractive industries and others, that the proponent of such development is required to support conservation initiatives should they be impacted on the site in which they're working. And this is, I would imagine, fairly common globally, but I certainly can argue that we are starting to do it. But it's always a major issue. Where do we get the resources? And we can't just keep sitting and saying, but there's no money, and there's no people. We actually have to find creative ways to find funding like that. I don't know if anybody, Aisha?
Yeah, in Akal Art, we work with the school children, so the funding comes straight from the school. And when we work with government agencies and that does conservations and so on, so the funds comes from them. And also I would say that the other resources that we need is not only money, we need expertise and this too. So these agencies that we cooperate with them, they also send us bodies and we have local communities also volunteer sometimes in our activities to make the things workable.
Yeah, just to add to excellent comments already made by my co-panelists. So these consultations can happen through very different processes. So one example where participatory approaches might happen is in impact assessments. And I flag that because we launched the new guidance document on impact assessment in a World Heritage context a year and a half or so ago. And within it, we really emphasize this participatory participation and consultation as a step that's needed throughout the process. And so with impact assessments, it's really the onus is on the impact assessment, the proponents, the project proponents, essentially. So in that circumstance, it's the project proponents that is undertaking the impact assessment or funding the impact assessment. And so it's really critical, I think, that right at the outset in the development of terms of reference, that is clear in terms of who needs to be consulted. The mapping exercise takes place right at the start and the time frame involved, because a lot of the time that's not considered right at the beginning. And so the impact assessment process starts, and then you suddenly realize, oh, there's all these actors, and that the impact assessment can't be delivered in the time frame foreseen because they hadn't factored all those processes in. So at the very outset of the conceptual stage, start thinking about who needs to be involved and how long is that going to take. We've heard very good presentations this morning about, consultations with Indigenous peoples and local communities has to happen within their time frame. It can't be made to fit into a project timeline. So just to emphasize, early on, and that's for project-based impact assessment, but also for strategic environmental assessments, so that's important.
Thank you. We have just under 5 minutes left before we have a tea break, so I'd like to invite maybe 1 or 2 more questions. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Shu Mei Huang from Taiwan. So I have a question for Ratis. So it's the project you've been doing are very impressive, and I totally agree that livelihood and well-being of the local community can reorient our thinking of heritage making. However, I'm wondering, because in your project you shows that even toilets or infrastructure could be an element of the project. Yet this infrastructure require long-term management and, again, resources. So I'm wondering, to what degree do you involve local governments, or is there any self-organization from within the community so that they can continuously contribute to the management?
Thank you. Yes, in our experience worldwide, we realize that implementing a project is one thing, but post-project management is sometimes a much bigger challenge. And almost for all our components, in fact, the memorandum, the MOU we signed with different government agencies, clause 1 was about post-project management. Now, there are 3 critical issues in the Nizamuddin project that require post-project management. One is, of course, the monuments itself. Now, most of these monuments are national monuments protected by the Government of India. And while there might not be human resources or financial resources required to do the major conservation work, there are enough resources to manage and maintain the monuments. The second was this major park, that 90-acre park that we built. Last year, we had 1.15 million visitors, which is both a challenge for management, but also a great opportunity for introducing behavior change. So over there, we've created a trust, and we are now, within 4 years of operations, generating surplus revenues, which we are now being able to plow back into the community. So even within the community, we created a associate, because there were many community groups, but totally divided. So we've created an association, and for the last almost 10, 11 years, a lot of the projects that we created are managed and operated by the community, including the community toilets. Now, the toilets were done in such a way that there was space above it for community use. So, we have placed community teachers, community health workers who played a big role during COVID. Now, all of these things, and I can have a separate conversation with you, have put in major efforts to make sure that a lot of these are already self-sustainable. And for those aspects of the project that are not self-sustainable right now, we are going to be hand-holding till 2028, which is almost over 10 years after completion of the project. The community toilet, for example, is during festivities used by 8,000 people a day. So it does generate enormous revenue. It is on a chargeable basis. But there are other factors like community teachers, which we continue to find money for.
If I can be allowed to say, I think it's quite interesting, your last point about charging for community facilities. I can absolutely see the need. We, again, in the developing world, have this huge issue where there are very few facilities, but we are not able to charge for them because the people who need them can't afford them. But that is, again, a whole nother issue that one can go into, but not for this conversation. I'm really impressed to see that we've just gone over time. I know everybody's desperate for some tea or some coffee. Anything else from the floor? Because it's always really good to have some engagement with you. I don't see anybody, but I'm sure there's more opportunity in the next session. So I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura, for your beautiful moderating. Thank you very much, Laura. And also thank you for 3 inspiring presentations and thought-provoking discussions, and also your contribution as well. So the first session, set the scene to understand the community and community participation. And this second session helped us to establish the 3 different pillars to support the community participation and community. So we learned that development and community life and conservation is not separate at all, but all connected each other. So I think we need some time to digest what we learned and what we talked from session A and session B. So let's take a quick break outside the conference room. Coffee and refreshments have been prepared for you. So we will take a break for 30 minutes. So before starting the next session at 3:30. Thank you. So we have had an intense day with back-and-back meetings. So I hope everyone has had a meaningful time. And let's proceed with session C, which is our finally last session today. So let me invite Guinale Bodeng, Director of the World Heritage Evaluation Unit of ICOMOS, to chair session C, titled Inclusivity in Diverse Sectors. Please welcome her to the stage with a big round of applause. The floor is yours, Gwen.
So I'm pleased to share this panel session that is focused on participatory approaches in other sectors than the field of heritage. So we will be grateful to have 3 presentations from sectors outside the heritage sector. So I'm pleased to welcome first Victoria Marquez-Miss. So Victoria is a Mexican national, is the first Chief Accountability Officer of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and head of the independent project accountability mechanism since July 2020. With over 35 years of professional experience, Ms. Marquez-Mies has dedicated the last 13 years to addressing complaints related to environmental and social issues. In that role, she has handled multi-party dispute resolution processes aimed at finding common ground on concerns raised by project-affected people. She has also led investigations related to allegations of insufficient stakeholder engagement in infrastructure projects and promoted best practices in consultative processes with communities. So please welcome Ms. Victoria Marquez-Mies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gwen, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me, particularly Luisa De Marco for suggesting that I come here. It's been a wonderful experience up to now to learn from you experts on cultural heritage. I am not an expert on the topic. I don't know what I'm an expert on, but I think what it will be interesting from my presentations to you is I'm going to talk from the side of the communities, because I receive complaints from communities when they feel that the projects that the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development have failed their environmental and social standards and are facing harm. And therefore, they come to us, we address those complaints in different ways. And in many of those complaints, there's a question about how have we done our participatory processes. So I'll start a little bit with the background so you understand about the bank. The European Bank for Reconstruction works in quite a number of countries, 40 countries in 3 continents. And we have around 72 shareholders nowadays. We're expanding day by day. And what we seek to do is we provide loans, guarantees to private sector in order to ensure that our mandate is accomplished, which was promoting market-based economies to start with. This bank came up when the Soviet Union collapsed. And so we work with different countries, in particular in Eastern Europe, in Central Asia, the north of Africa, but we're now moving into sub-Saharan Africa, as I was telling some of my colleagues now. As a multilateral bank, development bank, we have our own environmental and social standards. So we go by the rules of the country, but then we add an additional layer, which are our own environmental and social safeguards. And the purpose of that basically is based on the principle that came up in the Rio Summit long time ago in the 1990s of sustainable development of avoiding harm. So everything I'm going to tell you is we're looking towards doing no harm to communities, whether the projects seem to benefit the country, are promoting development, we're speaking towards sustainable development. And sustainable development believes strongly that you have to engage the community, that you have to work with communities because they're the source of information. They're actually the experts in the location. It's not us who are the experts. So what we're trying to move towards, and I think that's important in participatory approaches, is that we understand that we're not engaging them so that they'll feel happy, but it's rather an important source of information for a project to be successful. The EBRD has environmental and social policy that every kind of transaction loan that we give has to follow these environmental and social standards. So that you know as well, this has it has 10 performance requirements. Amongst them, we have one for cultural heritage, we will have one on indigenous peoples, and we also have another one for how we should be doing stakeholder engagement. So although we're not experts on that, everything that we look at should be looked through the lens of trying to avoid impacts or harms to the cultural heritage or to indigenous people. So many of the things that we have been commenting during the day apply to everything that we're doing. And what is for us in EBRD is encouraging sustainability. Our approach to sustainability looks at we want to have public participation from the moment previous to the investment, and that's important when we're talking, when do we engage? We do consultation with information disclosure, and maintaining that dialogue, because it's actually a dialogue. It's a two-way dialogue. It's not only talking to the people, it's them talking to us and for us to be receiving that information. And the community, however we want to define it, or who are all our stakeholders, are the ones we have to identify who should we be talking to, who has something to provide information on that is valuable for a process. Because although we might see this as a wonderful project, there are always negative and positive externalities. When I studied economics, that was the principle. We were not talking about engagement at that time. It's that every action that we do has a positive and a negative to that. And we have to be able to bring that cost to a project. Otherwise, we're failing and making a project look better than it really is. So I was trying to be very practical in this conversation so that it would lead to tomorrow. And one of the things was, how do you identify who should be engaged? How do we know who's the community that has to have something to say? What's the academic investigative group that should be there? Who are the government officials? And in there is, how do we start doing this process? And this list, I will leave it to you because you have the PowerPoint available. But I think where we have really important is if we start thinking about these things as we evolve in a project of the when. And I very much like to always impress into everyone that I talk to, how do you know your context? And let's come to the basics. Most of us do not know the context we're operating well. And that includes if we're the bank that works in a certain country, we rely on experts to tell us about this. Even a government that might be based, I've had cases in my former life in Latin America, in Mexico that were central in Mexico City, but they didn't know what was going to happen in Oaxaca, which is 6-7 hours away. So we have to understand where we're talking, what's the context we're working on, who's there, what is their socioeconomic way of living, how do they engage, what's their cultural norms, because they might be, and they usually are very different from those that make decisions at the central level or even at the bank level. So early on, when we're in the identification process and the concept, we have to identify what are the priority issues in that place we're going to work. And if there are priority issues, and we also understand what our project will bring out, we have to start mapping our stakeholders. Who's there? Where do they live? What do they do? And how can we communicate with them? And that comes to the engagement and stakeholder analysis involves into saying, yeah, we have to engage. We have to talk to people. We have to be participatory. But the way I engage as a Mexican living in the UK is very different the way a fellow Mexican of mine engages in the coast, or if it's an indigenous person, or if they are older or younger. So the culturally appropriate way of engaging is super important. I had a case of a wonderful wind farm project in Mexico that was going to generate lots of employment, and there were indigenous communities there, and we decided, the bank where I was working then, decided to engage with them in bringing a PowerPoint where there was no electricity. Mm-hmm. And so they told me, oh, we've presented the project. There was the presentations here, the PowerPoint. Furthermore, it was in Spanish. It was not in indigenous languages of the community. And then they suddenly translated that to indigenous languages. It turned out it was the wrong language. So if we don't know where we're working, we will never be able to engage properly. The second, and I think Chris made a wonderful point about this, if we talk about indigenous communities, but you have to talk about everyone. It's not, what's the timing for that community? And the timing means this is not their project. This is not their life. This is not their work. We usually, when I go to talk to people in my cases, I do not work Monday to Friday. I have to go in the weekends when they're willing to give some of their free time to talk to you. Or it has to be the mornings or the evenings. So my 9 to 5 working time, London, UK, doesn't work for them. The way we see who talks to them, what do we talk about? If you go to an indigenous community in Peru, it takes a long time for everyone to talk, from my perspective. Obviously, for them, they're just starting this process. And then we were talking about 10 years, someone was saying about a cultural heritage, a World Heritage decision. In 10 years, the community might have completely changed, and those that arrive later will feel that they have not been consulted. So think about engagement as a continuum. It's not at any one point. So, and we were talking about free prior informed consent. I've seen many times, and that from the moment a concept or it's going to be identified, that means a lot of steps we move earlier on than when we're actually thinking about funding a project. I'm talking about now the bank. Because if we have already made a decision of that something we've been funding, why, communities ask us, why are you consulting? You already know what you're going to do. So do not make us waste time, because you've already know what you're doing, and you're just covering the typical ticking the box. Oh, I did consult. Oh, I did consult, then what's culturally appropriate? I did consult with all the men, because those were the leaders or were the owners of the land. Oh yeah, but you forgot about the women. And so this comes into, so what's the appropriate forums? What kind of documentation do you need? When do you disclose? How do you disclose not only benefits, but also impacts, adverse impacts? And then as we go moving forward, is there anywhere where you can get, and this was raised by Sarah, grievance mechanisms? Where can people come and tell you that things are not working as you thought? Because we can identify previously some impacts, we can know and try to do a wonderful project early on, but at times we might not find that this is working. So just giving an idea, various individuals or groups that should be included in stakeholder engagement, those affected both positively and negatively, or likely to be affected directly or indirectly. Those who might have an interest in the project, and emphasis on vulnerable groups. Here is sort of a core where those, the decision makers, then the affected groups, and then others that might have an interest. All of those are to be consulted, because all of those will give you a wonderful source of information of knowing whether this is really going to work as you think it's going to work. I'm going to give quickly a case, and I know that I have less than 3 minutes, but this is a case where I met Luisa De Marco. This is, it was a road, or it's still a road, going through a wonderful valley, and this is also interesting because it collides with the landscape and the value of the landscape along with cultural heritage. We do investigations, and we found the bank that had not complied with its standards for making things not harm the community, not harm the environment. And this was a road in which was going through this pristine valley. There was no intervention previously to that, but also it was one of the part of the Silk Road. So there were a wonderful number of towers that had been erected during that time to protect the bird chandlers. And one of the things that's important on this, and this is the Hada Valley, was you had limited capacity on the side of the cultural heritage people of the government. You had a very strong public official on the transport side, and this was a key project. It was super important on the benefits. And it was difficult to also understand what was the non-tangible cultural heritage of the community. When we started, the bank is supposed to do early consultations. It failed to include experts, academic experts that knew a lot about the Hada Valley, but also local communities, and therefore missed about 300 cultural sites. We had the contractor going in with no experience, and therefore we were seeing a lot of impacts on cultural heritage, but tangible and intangible, that had not been included in the budget. And so what happened? We come in with these findings that you can access anytime in our case registry, and tell them, now you have to put it into your management plan. Say, we have no money. Yes, so you're adding cost. No, we're not adding cost. You simply didn't factor that cost early on. So it's not that this is costly. It's that we're actually willing to do adverse harm if we don't prepare and plan early on. And just to finish, because I just have a few seconds and I will be happy to answer any questions later, is we've been talking a lot about resources and saying that it's difficult to do things because we have no resources. I work for a bank, so we have resources. And sometimes we still fail. Why? Because we do not understand that people need to be consulted. But second, those that are responsible for the project don't really understand where we're coming from. So let's not expect that they will understand what we're saying or understand the value of cultural heritage as we have it. We have to do a lot of training. We have to do a lot of knowledge sharing, but also start very, very early on the planning, when it's still a blueprint and the cost is not there. The cost comes later when the harm is done, and then we've lost valuable cultural heritage as well as the trust of the communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Victoria. It was very interesting presentation, and you started this presentation by saying that when there are complaints, it means there are issues with participatory approaches. So it was interesting, your presentation. And I was interested as well by this grievance mechanism that you have raised a little bit, which is something in the heritage field or maybe heritage convention, something on which we should work a little bit more. Okay, so I will welcome our next speaker. Okay, so Miss Ishan Lawson Odiawa, please. So Ishan Lawson has worked for several international organizations, including Center for Heritage Development in Africa, in Kenya, and UNESCO World Heritage Center. She's interested in the intersection between development projects and heritage conservation. She's currently Senior Social Development at World Bank. She was part of the drafting group for World Bank's Environmental and Social Standard 8 on cultural heritage, which lays an emphasis on stakeholder consultation for identifying and managing cultural heritage likely to be affected by the development action, the respect of confidentiality and stakeholders' access to cultural heritage during the development action. Her work in social development involves encouraging stakeholder engagement to secure ownership and commitment of communities and stakeholders to bank investment to ensure sustainability of the development actions. Please welcome Ishan Lawson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I start, I just want to say a big thank you to the government of the Republic of Korea, to ICCROM, for the opportunity to be in this beautiful country. It's nice. It was nice, you know, flying in yesterday and seeing the scenery and everything. But better to be able to be here with colleagues and also to be able to share together about the things that we are passionate about. The World Bank is committed to inclusive approaches to development, including heritage management. Currently, our vision was recently revised to be to eradicate poverty on a livable planet. So there are two things. Poverty, it's human beings that are that have poverty, and yet it is the environment, the planet that carries them. And so our commitment is to ensuring development that ensures inclusion at various levels. At the corporate level, we require citizen engagement as a two-way interaction between the state and citizens. That in a way that gives citizens a stake in decision-making with the objective of improving development outcomes. And for this to happen effectively, there must be a feedback loop. It's not a one-way discussion, it's two ways. So I come to the community. When I say I mean maybe the bank, or whoever the proponent comes to the community and says, oh, we're going to do all these wonderful things for you. And we have to also listen to the community that says, it's not as wonderful as you think, because when you put that road there, I will not have access to a market. Because when you put that road there, you're going to go through my grandfather's graveyard. And so because we realize how important it is, now this is the background of the theory, right? We have citizen engagement as one of our corporate indicators on how projects, the outcomes of projects. So we actually do measure citizen engagement throughout the project cycle. Through the practice that I belong to, which is the Social Sustainability and Inclusion Global Practice, we hone in on the work at the corporate level on citizen engagement by ensuring an inclusion agenda, focusing on interconnected issues with cross-cutting support on data and diagnostics. So we talk about creating more inclusive societies, we talk about resilient communities, and we talk about empowering people and addressing social opportunities and risks. Inclusive societies where citizens have voice and governments respond. That's the feedback loop. Creating opportunities for all people and addressing deep-rooted systemic inequalities. Enhancing the empowerment of citizens and supporting people to be drivers of their own solutions. Fostering resilient and peaceful communities, which sometimes requires working in some of the most difficult and fragile environments in the world. And part of our work is related to the environmental and social framework, which I'll come down to shortly. But ultimately, our work in the social sustainability and inclusion practice is about helping marginalized and vulnerable people overcome obstacles that prevent them from fully participating in society. And this approach has also been adopted by many of our regional banks and even the UN. I was just talking to Gabrielle about the fact that, almost all UN agencies have also their own environmental and social standards. And each of the regional banks have also further adapted them to their specific context. So if you look at the World Bank's environmental and social standards, you look at the EBRDs, you find out that they almost resemble each other. They look similar, yet there are differences. So if I take the African Development Bank, for instance, the African Development Bank does not talk about indigenous people. Actually, it talks about vulnerable groups, and there is a reason for that. I'll come to that shortly. So I talked earlier about the fact that the environmental and social framework of the World Bank, which came into being in 2018 when the board, it was adopted by the board in 2016, but it actually became operational in October 2018. It has a running theme of social sustainability, whether it is through biodiversity, whether it's through the standard on land acquisition or indigenous people. We do have a standard on indigenous people. Our standard on indigenous people, my apologies, is actually, and I'll read it, it's indigenous people or sub-Saharan African historically underserved traditional local communities. When the bank was reviewing its safeguards policies when it started the review back in, I think, 2011, 2012, and this was a negotiated outcome. African countries, which had hitherto also rejected, largely, not all, rejected the notion of indigenous communities, the title had to be negotiated with them. Because for many African countries, which are not homogeneous, but heterogeneous creations of colonialism, the pushback was, we are trying to create nation states. And now you're coming back, you're now coming to us to tell us that we have to adopt something that says that to differentiate between communities in the countries. And so that's why the standard was called that. Whatever the name of the title of the standard, whether it's even pollution efficiency, if you go through our standards, you'll find out that the cause no harm, do no harm that Victoria was speaking about is there. So even when you're talking about pollution efficiency, it's about how do we ensure that people are not harmed through water pollution, for instance, through development actions. A very strong part of our social policy standards is the environmental and social standard number 5, which touches on involuntary resettlement. Is land needed? Land is important to many communities worldwide. And I think it was Sarah that talked earlier about the Nubian campaign. That was actually one of the 4 starters to the entire impact assessment movement. The Nubian campaign, till today, it's not just there are a lot of, legacy issues associated with the Nubian campaign. It was not only about the displacement of the monuments, but also about the displacement of the communities and their attendant loss and weakening of their cultural identity, which was very closely associated with the land. Till today, the Nubians remain bitter over the loss of land caused by the dam project, the Aswan Dam, and have still not received adequate compensation. We're talking about almost 70 years down the line. So you can see how by this displacement, the people also there is something that carries through intergenerationally. I will quickly talk about our ESS 7, which is on indigenous. So that's the full title you have there. In addressing the standard for the bank, it is a running. There are 4 things, and those 4 criteria, they are to varying degrees. And I think this morning, Christine also spoke about it from the indigenous perspective, from the groups that work on this aspect. For the World Bank, I don't know, you might look at it, there might be differences, but again, remember that this was negotiated with the bank and its shareholders. There's self-identification. There is a collective attachment to geographically distinct habitats, ancestral territories, or areas of seasonal use. There's what is related to cultural and political institutions that are very distinct, and then there is the distinct language. I will leave all of you to think about whether you're indigenous or not as you look at the 4 criteria that have been determined by the bank. Now, regarding free prior informed consent, the bank has its own approach to to FPIC because there is no universally accepted definition of FPIC. For those who have done a lot of the studies, and I think, Christine, you will also agree on this, it can be very complicated. But the last point I want you to note here is that for the bank, FPIC does not require unanimity. And this may be achieved. You can achieve FPIC even where there is disagreement in the community. With citizen engagement and stakeholder engagement, the bank is committed to continuous dialogue throughout the project's cycle with the various stakeholders. And I think Victoria gave a very good presentation just now where she talked about the types of stakeholders. And the thing with stakeholders is that sometimes stakeholders who have influence can be more detrimental to your project, even if they don't live on the land, compared to those who are going to either be directly impacted or who are going to directly benefit from the land. And sometimes we see that in a lot of projects. So it is important for us to understand the power relations and the political economy for negotiating effective measures to ensure participatory approaches. There is a lot of negotiation that is required between the the local community, sometimes they don't have the wherewithal, they don't understand the issues. Then we come to them with our PowerPoints and we show them nice pictures, and they're just looking at you and say, what are these people looking for? What are they talking about? We want to talk to them about a road construction, and we're using engineering language with them. Are we communicating? We can tick our box and say we have carried out stakeholder engagement, but did the community realize, did they understand what the issues were when we were presenting it to them? So I'll be rounding up shortly with just 2 examples, I think, about some work that the bank has carried out. In 2019, the bank with UNESCO introduced a new framework christened Culture in, we call it CURE basically, but it's Culture in City Reconstruction and Recovery, as a roadmap for integrating culture in post-crisis reconstruction and recovery. It accentuates the importance of culture in sustainable urban development and proposes participatory approaches involving stakeholders and communities that help with translating the damage and needs assessment and visions into plans and planning regulations. So the bank does a lot of work with post-disaster recovery, post-conflict recovery, but to effectively design the plans, we also have to work with the communities. This is, again, the theory of it. What's the practice? Because I think people like Victoria will always tell us what the outcomes of the practice are in the long term. The CURE framework builds on existing DRM and recovery frameworks. It also introduces culture as an important driver and enabler for post-crisis reconstruction and development. If you Google this, you'll find there's a full document that was produced by the bank and UNESCO, and you'll find this online. I am presenting to you here. This is my last slide. Okay, so I have 140. So this Beirut Housing Rehabilitation and Cultural and Creative Industries Recovery Project is from, I think, just after the 2020 bomb blast in Beirut. The planning of this project was very, very complicated. We have several actors, and it is being implemented with the help of UN Habitat. The project's development objective is to support the rehabilitation of prioritized historical housing for the most vulnerable people, and to provide emergency support to creative practitioners and entities in the cultural sector in the Port of Beirut explosion areas. One of the complexities, I was watching from the sidelines, one of the complexities for this project was basically, how do you even identify what buildings? Because again, you have to understand the power plays in the community. There were rich people who wanted to use the money, the funds, to make sure that their own buildings were rehabilitated, buildings that did not fit the criteria that were established. And you had to always make sure that it was the most vulnerable that you were targeting that were being given the opportunity to present themselves. And in this particular project, the benefits of our environmental and social framework allowed us to intervene in areas related to community health and safety for pedestrian safety in the dense settings of the project, dense urban setting. It also helped to minimize the management of waste, to manage waste effectively and put in place measures like reusing the same building materials that have historical values while eliminating harmful materials like asbestos, because some of those old buildings would have asbestos in them. So you'd have asbestos abatement plans to also manage. And all of these have to be negotiated as you go along with the project. The ESF, which is the Environmental and Social Framework, was also useful to help to address people's concerns through consultations, because there were concerns about the road is going to be closed while the works are being carried out in so place. How is it going to affect me? You have to have consultations. You have to explain to people, these are the hours, this is how it's going to work out. Impact of traffic, noise, dust. And sometimes people will lose business during construction because construction will take place in the afternoon. So they would have to be compensated also for the loss of business during the works. And it is only through effective engagement with the communities that you can determine what are the losses to be suffered because people are going to be, we call it economically displaced. And so you need to know how much would they make on an average day. If your works are planned for so days, then you have to negotiate, you have to also pay them that much that they're going to lose for the number of days. So it is in the project's interest to be right on time. And then there was also the concern related to security of their assets for the buildings that were to undergo rehabilitation. So remember, some of the buildings were destroyed, they had been damaged, and they would have to be repaired. But then you also have people's property inside. So you also had to have the discussion around what are the most effective, what are the best ways to ensure that your property is protected. The project is ongoing. So I guess we'll be presenting the results years down the line, and we'll see what actually happens. I just want to quickly address something also that Victoria mentioned. We have a similar thing to what she leads at the EBRD. We call it the inspection panel. And our inspection panel, very much like hers, also tasks the bank's management in the event that it is determined that the bank's project has not prevented harm and that the bank's management did not ensure that it respected its own environmental and social standards. It's very challenging. It can be very challenging sometimes to address some of these issues because you're faced with varying, and I think we'll come to that during the discussions, you're faced with varying situations throughout the project cycle. But ultimately, what we do try to do is to make sure that we engage effectively with communities right from the time that the project is being planned. But again, like Victoria has said, oftentimes those projects have been cooked. Maybe they're just boiling. They've not been fully cooked by the time that the communities are consulted. So having a change even in the way we do things is something that we're also facing a challenge with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ishan Lawson, and it was very interesting presentation as well. The two of these presentations on how World Bank and European Bank are working and taking into account community involvement as an indicator was interesting, as well as the principles that is do not harm communities. And we might be interested indeed to hear a little bit more as regards this inspector panel, in a way, or the independent grievance mechanism, if I may. But it was interesting as well to see the newbie campaign from Egypt and the consequences of this campaign of international campaign of UNESCO that was launched to save this heritage, and that was one of these international campaigns that led to the drafting and establishment of the World Heritage Convention. So you see where we are coming from as well, because it was 50 years ago, but it was interesting to link this to this issue of moving people away from their land. So again, it was do not harm, the right timing, and ensure that you identify the right stakeholders so that your participatory approaches process will lead to some kind of good outcomes. So I'm pleased now to welcome Daniela. So Daniela Chong, she's a city planner, architect and designer from Lima in Peru. She's part of UN Habitat's Planning, Finance and Economy section and Urban Lab Mesoamerica Hub, where she focuses on projects regarding urban planning, participatory processes, public space and urban innovation. She is digital platform lead of Our City Plans, a UN Habitat step-by-step toolbox that guides and supports small and intermediate cities to implement inclusive, integrated, and holistic urban planning processes with a focus on civic engagement and participation. So please welcome Daniela.
Thank you. I want to thank the Republic of Korea and the organizers for the invitation. It's also my first time here, so I'm very excited. I'm Daniela Chong. I'm an urban project specialist at UN Habitat. UN Habitat is the Human Settlements Program of the UN. So we focus on human settlements and sustainable urban development. So as urbanization and population keep rising, cities need to face additional challenges. We have climate change, we have urban crises such as migration, which have conflict, and there's a greater need for more integrated and inclusive planning processes to be able to really get to develop sustainable urban futures. And when we think about urban planning, when we plan for territories, we plan for neighborhoods, we plan for cities, we need to consider multiple dimensions and aspects. And one very important one is heritage. And when we say it the other way around as well, when we plan and we promote, we nominate, we protect World Heritage, we need to also consider the different contexts at different scales where that heritage is immersed on. We need to consider the historical background, the urban background and context, the economic, political, cultural, natural, but also and most importantly, its people and its communities. And that's why we see a very important link between urban planning and heritage, and a lot that we can learn from, and specifically its participatory approaches. And that's why I want to share with you today Our City Plans by UN Habitat. This is a toolbox that has a step-by-step methodology to be able to implement urban processes that are more participatory. So at the core of this toolbox is the participatory approach. And we aim that this toolbox really helps and guides local governments that are doing those planning processes, but also other stakeholders to be able to implement more integrated, holistic, and inclusive planning processes. Our city plans consolidates the learnings and is the results of learnings from more than 100 plans that we've developed in the last years in different contexts, with different approaches at different scales. And we've put together everything that we've learned here in one place with the best practices, the tools that we've developed, and the examples also that we've gained from different regions around the world. This is the methodology. We have divided it into 4 phases. The assessment phase is where we understand about the local situation. We do the stakeholder mapping to be able to identify who should be involved in the planning process and why. We do the analysis, the diagnostic of the specific site or place or territory that we're working for. And then we move to the planning phase. That is the important part of the planning process where we actually develop the plan. And for this methodology, we have 3 different types of plans that can be developed, from the strategic development plan at the city scale, then the land management plan that has a more normative or legal aspect to it, and then the neighborhood plan that focuses on a very or smaller sector of the city. Then we have the personalization phase that is very important as well, to be able to prioritize the projects and strategies, but also to be able to develop the correct mechanisms that we need to put in place to be able to implement a plan that is sustainable in the long term. And finally, the implementation phase, where we actually execute and develop these activities, these projects and strategies, and the follow-up strategy as well of the monitoring of this plan and how we're doing with implementation. As you can see, all those activities that have a black icon over there are those activities that focus on participation. So we see participation as a continuum. I'm getting what Victoria was saying as well. It's a continuum before, from the start of the process, but also until the very right end. So it's a cross-cutting thematic. It's not something that we do as a checklist, but it's something that we need to embed in the everyday activities in urban planning. We have also multiple audiences. First of all, city leaders and decision makers because they are the ones that are overseeing these processes. They are the ones that make the decisions on where and how we're moving forward in our cities. And it's important for them also to know and understand why inclusion and participation is very important in these processes. Normally, we've been doing top-down approaches of planning, and now we're realizing how we really need to have also the bottom-up approach. Urban planners, of course, and all the experts and all the people that are working in developing the planning processes as well, because they are the ones carrying out the activities and the ones that need to be able to implement these participatory approaches in very creative ways according to the different contexts. And finally, all the different stakeholders that are involved in these processes from different sectors. We have academia, we have the private sector, we have minority groups, civil society, and other communities as well. But why is participation important? Of course, because we need to understand the real needs of the population that we are planning for in the long term and who will be benefited by these plans. It's important because they're also the ones that carry and have the desires to move forward with more sustainable development as well. But it's also important to move from the just getting out information from them to be able to co-create solutions with them for the future. It's a way also of strengthening social cohesion and being able to provide a voice to those that have normally been underrepresented. It's important to promote because it promotes trust, transparency, accountability with our institutions as well, and to build consensus and build dialogue between different stakeholders. And this also strengthens local democracies. And finally, when you are including people that are living in that territory that know it better than many other people and experts that are coming from outside, it's the appropriation of these plans, of these actions, of these strategies that will really bring sustainability in the long term. So with this, you can also create and think about new management and governance mechanisms that will be able to move into a more sustainable urban future. So it's important to move from the socialization or just informing the population and validating with them to be able to really co-create solutions. With this toolbox, we've developed different planning projects around the world. These are some examples of them. Some examples that have to do with heritage was one in Nepal, where we developed guidelines to promote more sustainable tourism in some cities that have very valuable cultural heritage. And we're also mapping independent initiatives that are using our city plans because it's open to develop their own planning processes. And one that we learned recently about is in Suzhou in China, where practitioners there were using our city plans participatory activities to be able to develop a project in safeguarding heritage in some communities there. But our city plans is more than just a methodology, it's a toolbox, and I wanted to share with you some of the functionalities that we are including here. One is that it's a digital platform. You can visit it at ourcityplans.org. And here we have consolidated all the different activities, the step-by-step activities and tools, the recommendations that we have from our own practice, and also external resources. You can translate this website into any language as well, so it's available in Korean. Also, it's flexible and adaptable. So we include many activities. We have 58 in total, but we don't think that it's a prescriptive process. On the other hand, it's really a compilation and comprehensive toolbox that can be selected, the activities can be selected according to the different needs and resources and objectives that there are in the specific planning process. We've incorporated some filters as well. For now, we have climate action, participation, social spatial inclusion, and urban finance. And when you click on a specific filter, you can see how specific activities are highlighted. And this is to guide users to be able to understand or select better what activities might be better for their specific context and planning process. We also developed more than 55 tools. A lot of them are on participation, so that they are built as templates that can be downloaded, they can be edited, they can be printed out for workshops. And we include some of the examples that we have included is a stakeholder mapping tool, some spatial participatory mappings as well, and some tools to develop the future visioning of the city. So these are just some examples that we've been using. We have a section specific on the different resources that we have been using. These are from UN Habitat, but also from other partners. And this is like a repository of many tools, and you can filter them by a specific topic, for example, in this video by climate action or by different topics, and then by phase as well. So this is really a repository that is a living product. We keep adding to it. And finally, last year, we also developed a tool to monitor SDG 1132 indicator. This indicator focuses on civic engagement in urban planning and management, and it's a very important indicator. But sadly, less than 30% of countries are currently monitoring this indicator, so it's a risk of being removed from the global SDG database. So last year, we started this campaign to be able to monitor it in a more simple way. And so far, we've consolidated a lot of different data points. So I invite you all also to take a look at it, to answer it, and be able to see the result for your city and compare it to other cities as well. So with our city plans, UN Habitat supports in the development, but also co-development of planning processes. We focus a lot on the capacity building. So it's not just doing the plan, but also installing capacities in the local governments with the stakeholders of how they can continue this and replicate it elsewhere. And we also support in the development of tools that can really scale up these processes in cities, in countries, and also in regions. So we think that this initiative has a lot of opportunities also to learn from the World Heritage and heritage processes and incorporate that lens into our city plans. But I hope also you find this useful to be able to incorporate it into your practice as well. Participatory approaches, by the end of the day, it's about people, it's about the community, and those people are really the safeguards of intangible and tangible heritage. And it's them who really value and recognize its importance and the importance of conserving it and preserving it. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela, for this presentation. And it was interesting to see the toolkit you are using in UN Habitat, because it echoes some of the tools in a way we are using, and that was mentioned by Sarah this morning, this Enhance Our Heritage Toolkit as regards mapping of stakeholders, and as well as some discussions we are having under the World Heritage system with focusing on sustainable development goals in World Heritage cities. So it's interesting to see how you are, to see your own toolkit with planning processes. And it was interesting as well to hear that it was used to preserve one heritage site in China. Thank you. So I think that we are going to move to our panel discussion. So please, our panelists, if you can come here. So thank you very much for these presentations. And in terms of what I grasped from what you presented us, I think that to understand the cultural context into which we operate was stressed by your presentations, as well as it's important, what is important is the appropriate way to engage. It's how you engage rather than the engagement in itself. You stressed as well the fact that it was a continuum process, that it was engagement is a continued process, and that it is important to highlight the right stakeholders. So who are the stakeholders that will benefit from the development projects, whether they are the more fragile ones, these academic experts that were not consulted in the first instance. So it's important to have the right stakeholders on board at the very beginning. And what was interesting as well is that it's not just a matter of resources, financial resources, but it can be as well a matter of shift in terms of the way we practice and the way we used to work. I have prepared some questions, but I have one question, in fact, that I was interesting to hear from you a little bit more, is about whether you had complaints, how you manage complaints, how you ensure that you're, well, sorry, it's maybe more practical questions than on the principles, but how do you ensure that these policies are in the ground fulfilled, monitored, whether there are cases where there were complaints or where the benefit were not those that were expected in the first instance. Who is willing to start?
If you want, I'll start. Just because I lead a complaints mechanism, and I think if we can think about the approach of why do you have a grievance mechanism. Basically, it's a principle of accountability. You're saying that you're going to do something under certain standards, and you're willing to be held accountable for that. But potentially as well is because you want to have certain outcomes. And sometimes, or many times, you're not there to see how the proponent or how things evolve. And the community, the citizens, the stakeholders, however you want to call them, have to know that they have a right of recourse. If we're talking about rights-based approach, a right to raise issues and that something is harming or something is not working, or even just to inform you, a red flag that things are not as you thought they were or how the paper says they are. Because things evolve and things sometimes don't happen as they should. So that gives you a chance to correct. If you're going to work on the UN business and human rights principles, there's a grievance mechanism, there's at a project level, but also given at different standards or different moments, beyond those that are the state-led grievance mechanisms, because it actually allows you to promote sustainable outcomes. I'll stay there, but I'm happy to talk hours and days about how to set up a mechanism, what are the standards, how to raise awareness about them, and what are the criteria you should be looking, because that defines whether you really want to listen to complaint. One important thing is simply that if you put a complaints box anywhere, let's think about a supermarket, don't put it behind a door where no one can watch it, and don't put it somewhere where people might be retaliated upon for raising concerns, which is a big issue nowadays in the whole planet about shrinking civic space and people not being able to say when things are harming them.
Thank you, Victoria. Michelle Lawson,
thank you very much. I'm laughing because this is a question I could do a whole presentation on, but very quickly, if you recall earlier when I mentioned that we have a standard on, we also have a standard on stakeholder engagement and information disclosure. An integral part of that stakeholder engagement is the grievance mechanism. So a stakeholder engagement plan is incomplete without having a grievance redress mechanism. That's the first step. So we're planning our project. We must have a stakeholder engagement plan that includes a grievance mechanism preparation. Then the board approves the project. And then the client, which is the government, has to implement that stakeholder engagement plan and the grievance mechanism. A first step towards implementation is to go further with the broader strokes that were done at project preparation. So they have to break it down. Because sometimes if it's a project that has a national footprint, you would have to have local grievance committees. You'd have to have maybe a regional or a provincial level committee, and then you have to have a national one. And so at each step, The thing is to bring the grievance mechanism closer to the people, to the community. So sometimes, in fact, not sometimes, all the time, what we do is to build on traditional systems of addressing grievances. So you would include community leaders, you would include women. We insist on having women and young people represented on the grievance committees. One of the challenges we're told is, oh, they can't write. Okay, they can't write, but there must be somebody in the community who can write, who can record it, because you have to also have a log of the complaint. Now, the complaint comes in, you have to determine whether the complaint is actually related to the investment. That's the first step. So once it has been determined that the complaint is related to the investment of the bank, then we go to the next step. We actually have a number of days by which complaints must be responded to. So as soon as within 5 days of receiving a complaint, you have to acknowledge receiving the complaint. And within 14 business days, if my memory serves me right, depending on country, they have to receive a response to say, this is what we have done, we have investigated. And whatever the investigation outcomes are, the person who has made the complaint has to sign off that they are satisfied with how the complaint has been resolved. So this is done during project implementation. And that's at the level of, because usually when we intervene with, when we invest in countries, our counterparts are at national level. So at the national level, there must be what we call a grievance register. So all the complaints that are made from the ground up must be registered there. So at any time when we go on mission, we can take a look at it. And if we have questions to say, why hasn't this grievance been resolved? Because you can see maybe it was logged 3 months ago and still it has not been resolved. So these are the places where we engage it as part of our implementation support. Now that's at the level of the project. Every World Bank project has what we call a project appraisal document, which is a public document. And there is a specific section in that document that addresses grievance redress service. This service is located in Washington, and anybody can make a complaint directly because the email is there and all the details are there. You can do that directly to Washington. And I'll explain why we had to do that. She knows because she's laughing. Before, we only had the project level, and we had our equivalent of the inspection panel, which she heads in the EBRD. So with the inspection panel, any two persons could come together and make a complaint. I would go there straight away. I was making it very difficult because we're getting a lot of things that could have been resolved at the project level that were going straight to Washington to the independent mechanism. And so the bank established the grievance redress system. And one of the things that they do as a first step of investigation is to determine whether the complainant made the complaint at the level of the project. And if they have not, we have to find out why. Because sometimes it is that people don't know that there is a grievance mechanism because it was not properly communicated. Because the projects are obliged to communicate the existence of these mechanisms. Well, I hope this has answered your question, Gwenaëlle. I'm going to stop here.
Yes, I'm impressed by the response, I have to say. And certainly it could be inspiring to our field in a way. So, but I guess well, depending on how to say it, the interest and the amount of money behind as well might lead to different way of addressing the issues. But well, it's a side comment. But it's interesting, yes, thank you. I have one question for three of you. And if you could share with us, it's more in terms of your experience and one positive experience in a sense, or what is the recurring challenges in your sector in terms of in relation to participatory approaches?
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So I think one important part of it is to think about, and I think we all said it, not to think about participation as a checklist of activities that you need to follow. And it's important to really understand the context where you're working for and on, and think about who are the stakeholders that need to be involved, to be able to think about specific activities of participation that you can do with every different type of stakeholder. So normally in urban planning, traditionally, what we have been doing are public assemblies that are usually at a time of the day where no one can go. Caretakers are, caretaking, and children are at school, and then young people are studying. So then you're getting the information or the validation of these plans from a not representative audience. So what we have learned is that you really need to be creative in different ways of participation. So not just an assembly, not just a workshop, but also, what we've been doing is working with schools, for example, locally, to do some fun activities with children, or pop-up activities in public space over a weekend, so that we can really talk to families and be able to gather really important insights on, the future of a public space that we were designing in Cancun in Mexico, for example. So being very creative, but really also understanding what you want to get from that activities is really important, I think, and be able to give it continuity in the long-term process, not just when you're starting, but also when you're actually implementing those plans.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think I mentioned that most of the complaints we get are related to poor stakeholder engagement. And Daniela has already mentioned some of the issues that we have is the bank or the proponent tends to rely on what local legislation talks about a public audience. And remember that we both spoke about, Inshin and I, about the two-way process. This usually in an audience, you select who's going to talk, for how long, and on what topic. People do not believe that's a participatory process. Second, the other challenge that we see a lot of the times is, when are you doing these consultations? If you're deciding on a project, and I think this is different for World Heritage sites, but are you really asking us if the project should go on or not? Or is the project anyway going to happen and you just want to tick the box? Third is, who are you consulting? You might have, we had a project in Haiti, which is a country that is suffering quite a lot nowadays. But you couldn't consult men and women together because the women would never talk in front of the men. So if you don't know that, then you're failing completely, because this was much of a project directed to them. At other times, the materials were produced in French when actually Haitians talk Haitian Creole. So the French, it was only for public officials. So understanding your audience, who are you engaging with and how, the timings definitely, if you're going at a time when everyone's busy, they're not going to come, and it's not that they're not interested, it's simply they cannot do it. So there's several things where this becomes a top to bottom thing. We're thinking that people engage in the same way that we do, and they don't. So we have to understand better the issues. Finally, I think one of the challenges is timing and political timing. Usually when you get a public sector project is, I want it ready before the next elections. But by the time you start with it, it's way too late. So you have to hurry. So you really have to develop it quickly. We don't have time for consultation. That's the typical thing that you get. Or the people who are consulting do not know how to consult. They don't really want to listen because, and this is super important because I keep on saying these things a lot, but the civic space is, do you really want to hear opposing views? And are you willing to respond to them? And the final thing is, the challenge is always, we only talk about the benefits. We never talk about the adverse issues because we're fearful of what the response will be.
Thank you, Victoria. Ishan Lawson, you want to? Challenges. There are lots of challenges. I think she's spoken about one, timing. We often do not have enough time for preparing projects. So you have to be creative in how you approach it. Because keep in mind also that for us, and I think for the EBRD also, our first client is the government, it's the public sector. And for the longest time, we were criticized for towing the line with, just listening to what government said. It was very challenging. Over the past decade and a half, we have increased our engagement with civil society. Even the ESF that I presented earlier was developed not just in consultation with our stakeholders, the governments, but also with civil society. So there was a lot of input from all actors and all stakeholders. But that being said, the reality still remains that we don't have enough time. So part of the creativity is when we are preparing missions, for instance, and I know I do that, I could just tell my counterpart on the government side, I would like to do X, Y, Z, because again, we have to respect our clients. If I'm going to engage with civil society, my client has to be aware of it, and we have to do it together. For both of us, it's a learning process. I recently did it with a client, and it was interesting because we're talking to people with disability, we're talking to motorcycle drivers and commercial bus drivers who would be impacted by a project. And for both of us, myself and the government counterpart, we're learning things that neither one of us, and this person comes from that context. So you can imagine that for the person in government who does not have the kind of vulnerability or disadvantage of the final beneficiaries, sometimes it's difficult. So just carrying them along in the consultation process is also very important. It's not always going to be easy like that, but sometimes it's worth trying.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing this experience with us. And maybe if you have a positive experience you would like to share, in maybe something you did not expect went so well, or different outcomes in terms of participatory approaches were happened, or little bit like Ratish mentioned that 5 or 6 years ago, if we would have asked him about the participatory approaches, maybe his conclusions would have been different. And the fact that the community came back to Aga Khan for the mosque was something that he did not expect in a way. So I don't know if you have something, a positive experience to share with us.
I'll talk something based already in a complaint that was based on saying that they hadn't been consulted. But I think it's important, eventually the outcome was positive. We had a project, this was a land titling project in Peru, in the Amazon region for indigenous people. So in principle, this is a project was going to be really good because we were going to title, and we was the bank, title communities, and they would have ownership of the land. So it's positive as a project. However, the agricultural ministry in Peru, this was in Peru, had failed to consult with the community. Therefore, there was lots of gossip about that they were going to take their land away from them. And so huge opposition. The complaint came to us. And what we did was we brought to Lima, to the capital, every one of the leaders of each of the communities in the Amazon. We had about 25 leaders of the community designated by their community. We didn't choose them, they designated. So we brought them in. It was quite a challenge to bring them into Lima, and we made them meet with the public officials. These are Peruvians talking to Peruvians. They had never met each other. None of them knew what the other was facing. And eventually they were held in a meeting room for 3 days for them to talk about the issue. Eventually, they all agreed that the project was good. The government officials changed the methodology because then they asked the indigenous community to participate in the titling process and be them that they would be bringing in the experts and opening the communities to them, and that this was a good project. So the leaders of the communities went back saying that this was a good project, so they should be allowing it. The only thing that it needed was for them to engage and understand each other and know what the handicaps were. But there was such fear from both parties to talk to the others. And that's one of the things that prevents participation.
I think I have a similar or related example. We worked last year in the Patagonia in Argentina, developing some plans. We only had about 8 months to develop it, which is a very short amount of time, because there were political elections and everything was changing. And these local governments, they are small municipalities there. They were very fearful of doing workshops and participatory activities with the communities, because they didn't want to open that door to other complaints, you know, beyond what we were doing there on the planning process and co-creating these future vision for the city. But of course, as UN Habitat, we pushed for that and we designed specific activities for that. And it was, I think, the first time where local leaders from the municipalities were sat together at the same table with the indigenous Mapuche groups that were there, or like young people that were, you know, living in that specific city. And I think that just changed the mindset of being able to open to that discussion. We did many workshops and activities in different ways. And by the end of the period, 2 of those plans were approved by the municipal council. So this was like a huge success in terms of the timing, because normally these approvals take a lot of time in these processes, even more when some of them weren't elected again and they were like just leaving that for the future government. But I think that shows how when you have really the acceptance and the appropriation of that plan, of that document, of that future vision for the city from your community, but also from the decision makers, that's what really engages in the sustainability that will be accepted in the long term, because it's not just from the top-down approach, but it's a mixed approach of involving everyone there.
Thank you. Remember now. So this was this was a transport project in Burkina Faso. I was brought into it as part of, we're consulting with it to find out how to sort it out. What happened? Part of the project was to create a scrapyard for old cars. And somebody, I mean, they'd done the consultations and everything, and they just selected a site. And we received a letter saying that the community was complaining that the site that had been selected was a sacred site. It was a sacred forest, I think. And I was like, okay, we're in the Sahel, how many forests? And if you come from a dry area, you know that the water places you have, the number of trees you have, they're very precious, right? And so we reached out to heritage experts in the country, and they had consultations within the bank team in the country, the community, and so on and so forth. And at the end of the day, the agreement that was reached was, we will find another site for the scrapyard. Because what was important to the community is, this is our sacred site. You can't put, even if it's not directly on the site, you will be affecting the sacredness of the site. So the project decided to move that activity elsewhere. But if we had, you know, in retrospect, if the consultations had been done earlier, upfront, they would have known that that site was sacred. But we received the complaints, and that's part of stakeholder engagement also, that you receive the complaints and that you respond to them. And so this is how we're able to resolve the issue.
Thank you very much. I think it's good to hear as well as the challenges, but the positive outcomes as well. So before we thank our speakers, we have 4 minutes of questions. So if someone is willing to ask, yes, Eugene.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciated all the presentations because they were so practical and informative. I actually just wanted to ask, because I concluded session 1 on the issue of time frame, but and World Heritage processes can be very long from our perspective. but I also presume that the projects that you usually operate with can also be very long-term or short-term, depending on the context. So I just wanted to have a grasp of the time frame of what you would consider as a long-term project, sort of giving it a bracket, let's say, of maybe 3 to 5 years, or what's sort of the time frame that you would take to sort of design a project. I'm also conscious that it would depend on the amount or the size scale of the project itself, but just in terms of time, how would you classify a long-term to a short-term project type thing? And within it, you know, how much consideration of sort of consultation aspects would need to be incorporated if we were to sort of consider like the ratio of time spent on stakeholder engagement? Thank you. Sorry if it's a very difficult question.
Right. On average, our projects are 4 years, and then for the bigger infrastructures, the infrastructure projects, they could be up to 6 years, and anything between 6 years to 10 years if they get additional financing. Now, the target of your question is how much time does it take to prepare? Right now, we have ongoing changes, and we're under pressure we're also changing the way we do things to do it in shorter spans of time, and I'll explain why. Because we're responding to the clients. The clients are coming back, and I guess you're guessing the same thing, that we spend too much time in preparing projects. And so we keep it, part of our engagement with the clients also is what we call the country partnership framework, which is really very high level. And together with the client, we identify the priorities by sector of the various countries. And this is carried out as an engagement with the government and civil society. And so out of that comes the smaller projects. When I say smaller, yeah, but it's from there. And that's where we're getting a tighter time. So now at this point in time, we're going through a transition on how to address these timings. For those of you who are also interested, you also see that the World Bank has developed what we now call the Country Climate Development Report. And so for each country that we invest in right now, we're also looking at climate issues, and there might be a transition to using those as the upstream engagement platforms with countries rather than the existing country partnership framework.
I'm not going to talk about specific timeframes because the kind of project depends, varies a lot. But if you think about stakeholder engagement and your process, for example, I would think that what you need to do is really look at what's the mobility within the area that you're going to work. Because there are areas that suddenly are, in very short time, have a transformation of a generation, almost of new people. And that's what makes it so hard, because there are areas in which you know the same people are there, have been there for 20, 30, 50 years. But if you have what's the age brackets you're talking about, whether they migrate or migrate, how do they move? So that's what you come with baselines of understanding your population, who's around and who should be maybe refreshed in their consultation. And if you've done a consultation or an engagement early on, how do we ensure in the continuum that you keep informing people what you're doing and what's happening? That we fail a lot because we are very busy with life. But how do you come back and remind people of what's happening and why? And maybe you don't have to do a new consultation, but you keep on being engaged.
In our case, I think it's a little different because we don't usually, or not all the time, we do the implementation of the plans. So normally for these, the development of the plans, it can take at least, I think, a year, but it can take also 2 years. For implementation, we're taking about 5 years for some specific actions. I think it's a hard question to say the percentage that we're dedicating to participation, but I think it's important to understand the different moments, right? So not put everything at the beginning, not everything at the end, but do the specific actions that are needed along the process. For example, in this project in Neuquén, it was in Patagonia, Argentina, it was very hard to get there. So we didn't go as often as we would love to go, but we did other activities, for example, with local WhatsApp chats or like surveys or schools as well, to be able to increment these participatory approaches in other and more creative ways, you know, than us being there facilitating all the activities and leveraging those local networks to be able to scale up those processes.
Thank you for the responses. So creativity, flexibility is a good way forward as well. I don't know if there are questions from the audience. Maybe we are over time, but if there are.
Gwen,
yes.
may I?
Yes, yes.
Of course. Yes. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. And I learned a lot. And then also I'd like to ask you that because the three of you get involved in a very distinctive area to juxtapose between conservation and development issues, right? So because in the first session when Sarah raised up that normally conservation is opposed to located in the development, right? So sometimes, but both of you just put the conservation under the big umbrella of the sustainable development. So I just want to know about how do you perceive heritage conservation in a relationship with the development? Do you look at it as a part of development plan or do you have some different approaches to conservation, in particular heritage conservation?
I think it's a very good question. I think when we do urban plans and city planning, we look at both of them together. Of course, there is some part of the conservation that needs to happen where you cannot exploit in any way that space, or you cannot enter, you cannot use it. But there are always things that can be developed around it that can really be of benefit to the population. So, for example, one example that we developed in Argentina actually was that there was indigenous groups' land that was in the city, and we included that as part of the land management plan. So we didn't let the rapid urbanization of the city spread into that area. So putting that in legally binding documents for city plans and for land management is really important to conserve that area as well, but also link it to the larger development and sustainable development view of the city. So I think, you need to take a look at both together. In Nepal, for example, it was a plan to do sustainable tourism in heritage sites. I don't think it was World Heritage, but it was cultural heritage. And it was involving the population there that really knew about the culture and knew about the management, to be able to incorporate that into a plan that at the end of the day is gonna have the policies and all the, the legally binding policies that will needed to be implemented in that specific city.
I'm going to use Sarah's sentence about putting things before people. Because this was a conversation that was also had when conservation, the environment, started, at least in my country, in Mexico. If we think about cultural heritage as just things, I would tell you that, and that's a very personal view, that is not the value of it. If you think about cultural heritage and conservation of the people, of humanity, of what we have built and what we are, it's part of our essence, and therefore it's part of what sustainable development should look like. I studied economics at a time when everything was, we were talking about economic growth as dollars and cents. And that has completely shifted because we have understood that that is not what's important, but rather we want to conserve the environment. We want to conserve our history. We Mexicans didn't value our history or our traditions, and now we thrive on them. So I would put conservation of cultural heritage as a value of humanity as under that sustainable development. I wouldn't put it if it was a thing and a monument that you're trying to save, no matter what it impacts the rest of the people, and that it should be an untouchable thing over there.
Okay, that's the economist's view, but very practical also, as you can hear. I think, are they opposed? I don't think so, and I'll say why. Because the heritage that we're trying to conserve today is the outcome of development of another period. And if we look at Ratish's examples earlier on, if you remember the buildings that he was showing, some of them had been really downgraded now. I sometimes say, and here I put on my hat as a heritage expert, right? Expert specialist. I put on my hat as a heritage specialist to say that sometimes those of us in conservation, we are very conservative. We forget that what we are trying to preserve is coming out of the development of different eras. The buildings he showed, there were some of the buildings you showed earlier, some of them looked very run down. And then when you guys are done with them, they were very brightly colored. I was just wondering when I was looking at them, I was wondering, did you get flack for doing that? Did you get, purists telling you that you shouldn't have done that, Because these are some of the things we also have to face, and we have to tell ourselves the truth sometimes, Who are we conserving for? What are the relationships of the people that we think we're conserving for with what we want them to conserve or what we want to conserve for them? What is the meaning to them today? And I find that sometimes local communities are more practical than specialists. The specialists will come and tell you, this is your heritage. You have to, and the man is looking at you and he's like, that's for you. I have no clue what you're talking about because this is not my heritage, right? And so who are we listening to? Are we putting on always our heritage caps? And sometimes when we engage more and when we have built trust, we find out, because I heard you this when you said it earlier, building trust is important. Building trust with communities, we'll even let them, they think certain things are important, but sometimes you have to engage with them to build the trust for you to be able to agree on what you want to do together. You have to negotiate the things that you want to do together. So long as they perceive it as that, I think it is very helpful for us to approach it. One last point I want to give. For those of us in development banks, we will face the challenge, and I have been faced with this when I was working with the African Development Bank on launching their ISS back in the day. We will face the situation where we will almost be forced to go against the grain of our own policies. This was a local community. We wanted to build a road, and the experts came and said there's an archaeological site, and so we can't go. And the people said, I don't know what you're talking about. These things, they don't matter to me. I need that road to get my goods to the market. So when you're coming as a development bank, your policy says, you have to recognize the heritage, you have to manage the heritage. And the community that is going to be your beneficiary is telling you that this is not what is important to me. What do you do? These are some of the realities that we're faced with in the field. And these are things that we will have to negotiate around. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to three of you.
Thank you, Gwen. Thank you very much for your insightful moderating and questions and discussions. Thank you very much. And yes, as timing is the challenge as well as the key to activate the community and community participation in heritage sectors. So now it's time to end off. So that brings us to the end of the international conference on participatory approaches to World Heritage 2024. And thank you for being with us until the end of today. And thank you again. So reflecting on it, today's conference has been illuminating and enriching discussions. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you and attendees and panelists for their participation. Thank you. Probably we can give a big round of applause for ourselves. Yes, and we conclude the first day of the conference. For those who are joining us tomorrow, the second day will explore how community-based participation in heritage sites happens in the actual field. So vibrant stories from across Africa and Mujujuga of Aboriginal people and indigenous people in Taiwan will be told tomorrow. Please don't miss it. And thank you for your wonderful cooperation and participation. We are very much looking forward to meeting you tomorrow. Thank you.